Hello, hello. Mm. Hello everyone. Sorry, just still setting up the stream. What are we doing today? I think it's mostly trying to finish the events. There was last time we did the uh Lantern Ride Festival, right? We didn't finish the entire story because part of Nuvelet's quest was still not done yet. So I have to do the Nuvelet's story quest first, and then after that we'll do the rest of Lantern Ride.
The prophecy in Fontaine.
Did you
Oh
hear
no,
about the
what's
prophecy
happened
in
now?
Fontaine? Did you hear about the prophecy in Fontaine?
The prophecy in Fontaine? Oh no, what's happened now?
Hello. Steam.
Did you hear about the prophecy in Fontaine?
I'm not sure if I hear.
The prophecy in Fontaine? Oh no, what's happened now?
Did you hear about the prophecy in Fontaine?
The prophecy in Fontaine? Oh no, what's happened now?
Hello. Testing.
Did you hear about the prophecy in Fontaine?
My microphone is working, right? Okay. I'm not sure what I'm doing today. Probably Novelet story quest, just so that I can finish the lantern, right? I can't continue because I was in the middle of Novelet story quest. Let's see. I I, I don't know how I'm supposed to. Mm, maybe I should minimize. No, just make it smaller, I think. So like I'm streaming on one monitor, right? So it gets complicated when you're trying to rearrange the. So I'm trying to look at YouTube chat and as well as my own stream. So at the same time I'm streaming, I'm watching my own on a small pop window. I wonder if problem being is that I can't really make um can't really make something transparent though. It's annoying. So like I have to open my chat. It partially blocks the screen for me when I'm playing, right? So that's its own issue. There are some buttons and some text that I can't really see or read while I'm playing. So like for example, this part here around this part here is like a box for my YouTube chat and then my pop-up screen to monitor the stream. So like a part of the screen is constantly blocked on my screen. I can use the pop-up windows to block my minimap if I want to play a hide and seek or anything. So I can't see if other players are nearby on the minimap. Yeah, those were kind of fun times when I used to stream on Twitch too. I really hated the website compared to, but I think I don't know in terms of discoverability. I think both sites are kind of bad. But yeah, but in terms of like monetization, Twitch is far worse. And like you can't even control the ads on Twitch, right? So users would just see ads all the time, which is annoying to a lot of people. It's just a terrible viewing experience if you're streaming on Twitch. Uh, it's also like I wonder why I can't open the Discord overlay um on when I'm playing Genshin. Video. So like it's hard to notice if anyone's trying to say anything. Let's try and Google why it doesn't work though. Why is on overlay? I'll try to restart Discord. Alright, anyways. What was I doing again? Yeah, I'm gonna try restarting Discord. Come on. Um, oops. Yeah, it's still not working. Oh wait. Okay, okay, now it's working. Uh, wait, is this? Oh, it's displayed on my. It's displayed on stream. Okay. I didn't know that. So the Discord overlay actually, it shows up on screen. Huh. Yeah, I had to restart Discord so that it's run on it's run as an administrator. Some settings on on certain apps, some features can't be used unless it's open on administrator level or PC. Um, alright. Anyways, Novelet store request. I wonder if I stream both my. I wonder if I stream both on um YouTube and Discord, would it affect either? I don't know. wonder if it would affect either, you know, if it happens to, you know, destroy my YouTube stream or just have a really bad Discord stream either way. I mean, technically speaking, I think it should be fine if I'm, you know. So like, would it be crazy? Nah, I'm already streaming on YouTube, so I don't think I have to, you know, add another stream in Discord. Let's start quest. This one. Right. Actually, I forgot.
I have to keep an eye on the deployment of guards
Okay.
at all times.
Wait, forgot what I was doing. Forgetting things in this evening.
The smuggling case was solved by the joint forces of the guards and the Maréchaussée Phantom. This is the one. The list of involved suspects should be... Ah, found it.
What does it say?
The principal offenders Domenico, Inica, Yuna, and others have been caught. They have been sent to the fortress of Meropide following trial.
I'm so I think I'll join my own channel.
Those with close connections or mutual interests with the offenders but who did not participate in the case will not stand trial.
Right. Okay. My brain. Um. mm,
Among them, surveillance of Essan has ceased on account of his good behavior. All other personnel remain on our watch list.
So many names. Is the one who sent that threatening letter to Kiara on the list?
Yes, there is something suspicious about Essan, to be precise. It seems like he's closely related to the core members of the smuggling case, and he moves around without much restriction.
Monsieur Neverland, someone claiming to be from the Spina de Rasula just checked in with us. He said, and I quote, "We have located the suspect. They're chatting at the cafe." Huh? How did Navia find them so quickly? We've only just figured out the suspect's name.
I too am perplexed. The cafe isn't too far from here. We should head over and take a look.
Okay, now we have to do I have to do Linny's quest. I just hate all this, quest entanglement so much. Right. What am I cooking with this team? I should change it. This is so embarrassing. So, I tried using Ayato with Candice, so you could plunge using Hydro. I mean it. Embarrassingly enough, it does better than his normals. So like, I don't know if it's considered a success or not. It's a uh, I I, I don't know. I, I'm not sure if Candice should be first in the rotation or if Shenyan should be first. Um, the reason why I would rather want Shenyan on the third slot is so that I could have the Verdes and Venera active for longer. Um, Whereas, Candace Infusion is not as long, it's only like 12 seconds, right? So if I spend all that 12 seconds while, I'm trying to swirl Hydro and, using her skill and battering her, it takes quite a while to do that. So like 12 seconds is barely enough infusion time window to plunge all 8 hits using Shenyan. Um so I don't know. I'm not sure if the ordering of characters is correct here, but it is what it is. Frina having 18-second burst uptime is the probably the best opener. And then Shanyon will heal up the remaining HP. You do need to use skill and then burst on Furina so that your HP does get reduced a bit at the start. So that Shanyon can heal back the small amount of HP that was reduced. And with concentration to Furina, it's no issue to get max out stacks for the buff before I swap to Ayato. um I mean, there's also a good point in like if you since I mean if you are running what's the new set on healers nowadays, the this one some of these pairs, um it would make sense if you had some of these pairs to put Shenyan earlier in the rotation. This is what I'm using Bonero, right? I think some of these pairs is actually a pretty good idea on this team. Because like uh some of this pass works for how many hits actually? 5, something like that. And the buff works for the active character, right? So like since the only active character that you're trying to buff is Ayato alone, you get all those 5 hits for Ayato. Um 5 hits, right? Yeah, 5 hits. So you get all those 5 hits for Ayato, and all of them will be plunge attacks, right? Uh, but yeah, there's quite a lot of things that you can't do. Like there's not a lot of plunge bonus artifacts that that doesn't require much to do. You do have like the Nemo set for Shenyan, this one. And it only requires Shenyun to use charge attack. So this is a good DPS Shenyun build. But the first passive the first bonus effect of anemo damage doesn't it only works for anemo characters, so doesn't really benefit other characters like Ayato or something, because Ayato cannot plunge after using his skill, so rather pointless to use this you know rather pointless to use Heart of Death, right? Heart of Death doesn't even increase plunge attack damage. and it's kind of also useless if you are trying to use Shimenawa on Ayato as well, because you know Shimenawa also requires you to use your skill first before giving you the plunge attack bonus. So like there is no artifact that can help Ayato in this case. Um, Whereas like if you want to try and use Candice with Shimenawa, that's kind of impossible because you know the you have to use a burst to give herself infusion. So yeah. Anyways, back to the story. What's a team that's fun nowadays? Hmm. Shenyan is always fun to use. Navia could be fun. Yeah, I kinda like having Candice. But hmm. Is IoT even a good idea? I was thinking that we could use Candice as a as a DPS. My build on her is kind of iffy though. I wonder if I have something that can. So wait, after using normal and charge after increased. Okay. I think I can use something like two-piece emblem. Because I am currently struggling with the energy. Actually I could also use tenacity, right? It doesn't have to be damage bonus, but I think the damage bonus is better if you are running Shenyan. See if I can find ER though. Don't have this with ER, unfortunately. Um, hmm. Yeah, let's change this to something with more ER. And then, yeah, I don't have a goblet that gives me Hydro on set with Mim's Dream. I wonder if this is enough ER though. 168. How much ER does Candace even need? Yeah, considering I have Homa, this build is so bad. Rightful reward. If the healer is here, restore 16 energy. This is kind of pretty good. If I don't care about the damage, but I kind of do care. Yeah, maybe I should farm Nim's Dream more. But I do have this though, this thing. And then maybe I could swap something out. Um, I could use Emblem, right? Yeah, I could use Emblem, but I don't know who I'm gonna take it from. Probably Raiden. Where is Raiden, by the way? This one? And then oh, I don't have hydro damage here. Hmm. See, let's try using this. Wait, compare. Right. Let's use this and then swap to this thing. So the only available slot is the feather. Yeah, this seems to be good. So we're running DPS Candice, right? If that's the case, maybe we should use, someone else other than Aito, because we're not gonna use Aito. But we can still use him. It's not that we can't. I just don't want to use him right now. Let's try. Yeah, let's try Charlotte.
Nearer to the action is closer to the truth.
Let's try and build Charlotte for DPS. I want to see how much she does. So yeah, I've been trying to build this a second R5 Fibonius for Charlotte. Let's see. Flower Purity can be good. Yeah, I think Flower Purity is incredible. It gives you it gives you elemental damage bonus as well. So like really strong. But otherwise, yeah, I guess with Sif. Yeah, I've never built a DPS Charlotte before actually. Yeah, I mean, I've always been wanting to have you know, despite my character being hydro related, my actual favorite element is actually cryo. So like having a DPS cryo catalyst is kind of my dream. I don't are there any other cryo catalyst characters? There's Risley, right? Risley. Um, but Risley's a guy, so I have bias there. Let's see, cry damage. So we have one with crit rate, attack, crit rate. This one has EM. The crit damage is low. I guess this is the best one. But it's not in slot. Yeah, it's not in onset. Yeah, I think this one's better. This is just because it's not onset. Attack can be good. Crit damage is also good. Yeah. Hey, wait a second. Yeah, I can actually use Faucet Blizzard Slayer on a DPS on a DPS DPS Charlotte, because she doesn't yeah, let's just give all the artifacts I have on Ayaka to to Charlotte. Let's see, what else do I have here? Okay. So this is 615 and 7. Yeah, you can use this thing. So how much damage do I have? I have quite a bit of energy too. 40.6 to 8. Then this gives me what? 15, 20, no, 20, 20, that's 40. So about 79 crit rate. I don't know, the lowest amount I could go with is supposed to be 45 crit rate, right? So technically this is better. Let's see, how much crit rate do I have with this? 44, okay. Then also has a bit more energy. What else? What else? What else? This is actually 5 set. I can change the crit damage circlet. Something better? Do I have to? Not really. But I can. If that's the case, right, I could change this as well. If I'm changing the circlet, I could keep the circlet and change the flower, or change the flower and then keep the circlet. Let's compare the crit damage circlets I have. Where is it? Crit damage, HP, energy. This is pretty good as well. This is attack crit rate and energy. Yeah, this is really good. This is better, but this one has more energy. Yeah, so right on the dot, 45 crit rate. So yeah, it's a DPS Charlotte on a Shenyan team. Candace is just, I don't know, Candace is an option. If I want to use Candace as a DPS, I can use Candace as a DPS. I mean, I guess this is the best I could come up with on her build. Crit rate, energy, energy. I could change this thing to what I have on Yelan. But I mean, if it's crit rate that I need, right? Could just keep it as is. Yeah. So what's Charlotte's crit damage? 216. Yeah, that's pretty strong. I think Charlotte will be really strong here. It's just that without the without the cryo support, in this team. Without the cryo support, Charlotte is not doing her best because there's no cryo resonance. But I think 85 crit rate is pretty good. Don't really need more than that, I think. And I just want to try Candice.
I will always seek to protect the things that are most important, no matter what it takes,
So like,
even when it looks futile.
so like if I can't use Hydro as a DPS, I can use Cryo as a DPS instead. So I have 2 DPS on this team. Let's see. Oh yeah, so now we have to do the. Now we have to do Linny's quest as well, which is annoying. Let's change to lasagna. I love lasagna. Hmm. I could get flowing purity to R4. Um, actually, I can actually make an R5 bow. But I don't know which one. I don't remember getting one of these. I have 3 claymore billets as well. What if I've done? Yeah, I haven't done the Fontaine. Sorry, I haven't done. I haven't done the these 2 things. So I think I'll do that first. So an issue with these, these bounties is that they often get hydro or a specific immunity from a certain element. So having 2 DPS on your team is actually is a pretty good idea. Rainbow Rose, since Bellfruit, and Rundrakes. Let's do the Rundrake first. And then continue doing Linny's quest, and then finishing up. Yeah, it's so annoying having to do all these dumb story quests. Yeah, it used to be that when you unlock the character story, it will, if you don't want to waste your keys, right, you have to unlock the character stories. But once you unlock them, the quest will immediately become active, and certain characters will be busy, so that you can't, you have to do the quest first before you can interact them for other quests. So it's so annoying that you can't have, you can't have the same character on different scenarios, because this NPC is busy doing this thing, this NPC is busy doing this thing on another quest, and so you have to do that quest first, and then after that you have to do this quest. It's so annoying, and it's not only limited to characters. It's also like um the location for this quest is occupied with another quest using this location. So it's so annoying.
Stray clouds converge! Hold that pose!
Yeah, pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Especially with Witsith, right? You can get random buffs with Witsith, making you stronger. Definitely if you get the cryo damage bonus, you that's the strongest one. So it's really funny. I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the issue here is we're not swirling cryo. So you can see the issue here. The issue is not we're not swirling cryo. And since we're not swirling cryo, the damage for cryo is not as strong. Yeah, I'm just gonna level this out, I think it's worth it. just to get higher damage on my Charlotte. But yeah, it's very apparent that Charlotte is not doing her best only because only because we're not swirling cryo. But I mean, I think it's fine. I wonder if Candice is stronger here because of the Hydro Swirl. Uh, let's do the bounty and then should we do bounties first or should we do the lineage first? Let's just do bounties first. So the reason why I'm interested in cryo catalyst plunges is because apparently cryo catalyst plunges, they don't deal blunt damage, so you're able to keep the frozen status on your enemies.
Make way for the.
Let my name echo in song. Say cheese.
Wow. Yeah, that feels really good.
Smile.
50k. So you went from 30k to 50k with Farina's buff. Also, the cool thing about this team, Farina has no. Actually, well, if you're in the water, by default, Farina should be having Uja, and then Charlotte has Numa. So it's a good exploration team to use in Fontaine in particular. But I guess you could argue that you could replace Candice using Yelan in this case. Would definitely be better if you do that. So, I mean, so that you could have, so that you can have an archer character as well as a character that can use to speedrun the overworld. Emerald to Dendro takes increased damage from pole arm. Yeah, we can use Candice for this one.
Say cheese.
Hello.
Scatter! Skyward!
Time to shine.
Stray clouds converge! We shall prevail! Flee! Ha!
60k, yeah. I don't know. I guess Candice is stronger than Charlotte in this case. Which is funny because I'm running a energy recharge base build on my Candice.
Skyward! Scatter!
But I guess you could say if you have Shanyan, you don't really need Yelan because Shanyan is all the speed movement you need in the overworld. Don't really need other characters. We're gonna do with Pyro, Hydro Rest Decrease. So again, Candice is better. I don't I don't think I have a stance artifact with ER and HP substat with both crit rate.
Strike a pop! Yeah! Scatter! Do your worst! Yeah! One shall not back down! Yeah! Let my name echo in song! Doesn't count! I hadn't eaten.
Well, I guess one downside to Shenyan is that her HP is not that high. And I should swap my Shenyan to a more energy build, since I'm not using her as a DPS for now. I mean, this build in particular was good enough.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter! Breaking news!
But what's also funny is that this team has 3 healers.
Ah, the show begins.
So a very comfy team. Have I done all 3? Yeah, I've already done all 3. And then we have these 2 things. Where is this guy, by the way? Versary Passage, Palais Ammonia, okay. Where is Versary Passage anyways? Passage. Well, Vasari Passage. Man, all this, you know, French and both French and English mix is just making me mess up my pronunciation. I don't have a lot of Rainbow Roses. So where's the other one? I see. So he's in the courtyard, I guess. Town hall, middle, whatever. You know, Panekani has some semblance with Fontaine, if you ask me. You know, there's a fountain or something in the middle, you know, huge attraction in the middle of the city. But honestly speaking, the vet cities are not that big. It's like, you know, the level of cities in Tibet is like old world cities. So like when you know you talk about Inazuma City or yeah, I mean at least Sangonimiya Shrine is pretty big in my opinion, but like the village is called the village. But in Tibet, you call a city, but the size of the city is not that big. It's like, okay. It's very medieval, yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Very Asian or medieval type of cities. But it's kind of very small, to be honest. So finally we got these 2 things out of the way. And I have reached my weekly limit. You know, I feel like I've wasted my resin trying to farm EXP books for Shenyan. But it's fine hoarding EXP materials. I never really, I never really have enough EXP books because I level 90 a lot of characters. And like even my most neglected characters I do level up a bit. Just to get their, passive unlocked. Once you get your passive unlocked, then you can actually play that character, honestly. But especially on characters that, rely on reaction damage, like high, animal characters, uh, electro characters, and dendro characters, you really want to max level your character because the level itself will increase your damage from from up to 50% from like level 60 to 70 or 70 to 80. The damage increase you get per 10 levels is like 50% higher than 10 levels below that, the previous ascension level. So you really want to max level your
If you
dendro, electro, and anemo characters. It's so,
for some repose.
the difference is so big that you want to max out the levels. And because of that as well, it might be a bad idea for, if you want to transition into investing into your characters, maybe an electro character or dendro or nemo is not your best idea. But just know that early game actually EM is much easier to build. Just building your characters based on EM and dealing damage through elemental reactions by itself is pretty big. You don't really need to invest in much into crit rate. And this it's also really another reason why Cookie Shinobu is one of the best characters in the game, is because you only need to build her with elemental mastery, and that's all you need. She heals, she deals hyper bloom damage. Yeah, she's the best character in the game, honestly. Alongside she's also a force character, which is super easy to get. So that's another reason why she's the best character. One of my most used characters in the Spiral Abyss is Cookie Shinobu. Yeah, she does feel a bit brain dead to play. But yeah. So I think right now my best characters are my most recommended characters are Nahida, Shenyun, really crazy. You should get Shenyun. I think Shenyun is one of the best characters you can get right now. Furina, Shenyun, Nahida, and then Cookie Shinobu. These four are my most used characters apparently. But Furina, not quite for beginners, to be honest. But really, Furina really changes the meta a lot. I think Furina has more meta changing factor more than Yelan does. So I've said previously how Yelan shapes the meta of the game, right? So everything involving Yelan now is everything that involves normal attacks are better than anything else because of Yelan dealing so much damage in her teams. Any teams that don't do normal attack damage is feels a lot weaker because you're not benefiting the most out of Yelan. But nowadays that's not true, because nowadays with Shenyun, the meta has shaken up
The
a
secrets of
bit.
the mechanical arts are too profound to convey in a few simple words.
Because of Shenyun, the meta has changed in a way that you
I begin to divulge.
don't need to use your normal attacks. You don't even need to use your charge attacks, right? So characters with infusion, or characters who can naturally deal elemental damage, like Charlotte and everything. And you could even say that Shenyun, I mean, I haven't tried Shenyun with physical DPS yet, but I feel like you can do that as well. I think there's no problem with it. You can think about, like, you can even make Mika as your main DPS, because Mika is one of those only characters who can buff physical damage by a lot, right? So he can Mika is cryo. Mika is cryo. Mika can increase crit damage for physical attacks, right? And what's the best weapon on physical for? I think it's Dragon Spine Spear, right? So you can use Dragon Spine Spear, which is crazy amount of physical damage bonus on the weapon. Yeah. Dragon Spine Spear on Mika, you know, with physical damage, 4 set physical damage, you know, physical bonus, 2 piece, physical goblet, physical weapon, right? Or you could even run Huma on Mika, so that you can, you know, supplement your crit values. And you can run Marishose Hunter on Mika instead of you know, other options to increase his crit rate. So now you have crit rate, crit damage, right, on your weapon. Any sort of weapon, I think. I don't think we have an option for a high crit damage, low base attack weapon yet on Polearms. But we do have Homa, and Mika does scale a bit on HP with his healing, but that's not the big factor here. What you need is, you know, having a lot of crit value, having a lot of physical damage bonuses. ER doesn't matter a lot because you're already healing with Shenyan, right? And you know, you have to think about options for your electro carry so that you can, you know, proc superconduct. And I think Mika can be really good. Other options maybe I think maybe is, you know, Fremine. The most obvious one is Fremine because his constellation gives you normal attack talents, right? So this gives you a much higher plunge attack motion values. But compared to Mika, okay, so Mika actually also does have crit damage increase with his C6. So now you can see the big picture, right? So Fremine, also Fremine is a Claymore character, so yeah, there's a lot of you know, viability in making Fremine as a physical DPS with plunge attacks. Sorry, chat. I was so, you know, I was so you know, theory crafting about a lot about physical carries with plunge attacks. I didn't see a message. So am I farming or am I doing quests? I'm actually doing quests right now. But I just, you know, I was on a tangent where I stopped to do the bounties and you know, reputation requests first. So why is my chat isn't weird? Yeah, my chat isn't updating. Let's see. Where's my YouTube chat? This one. You're reminded of the meme. So how do I like Shenyan so far? I love Shenyan.
Unoccupied. Perhaps we could stop a while at one's abode
Uh,
and repose and come.
To me, I think Shenyan is one of the best characters we've ever had so far. You know, Shenyan has you know, shaken up the meta in a way that, you know, everything's changed now. You know, you need to have Shenyan on your team. You need to have Shenyan. The entire game will change drastically. You know, I can't even show you. So one of the teams that I used to speedrun the Abyss recently. So it's this team. It's so crazy, and I have enough time to show this to you because the clear times are so insanely fast. You're saving for Alessino, you know. Okay, okay. Where the guy points on the board with a lot of pictures. Yeah. So I'm not sure if I have my equipment, you know, everything. But right now I need a few characters to be on the sets. I think I could use, yeah, I could change my weapon on Genyan and then change this to attack. This one, no, this one, no, this one, this one, this one. Okay. And I'm just gonna have to make sure Hu Tao doesn't change and Yalan doesn't change, right? Okay, so everything's okay. So I'm gonna show you how fast we're gonna speed run the Spiral Abyss. This is crazy. So the first team is as usual. Is because it's an AOD multi-target team. We're just gonna use Nilu. It's just a generic Nilu team. It doesn't even matter who we run. And for the second one, wait, is my YouTube overlay chat working or not? I'm not sure here. Whatever. The second team I want to show is this one. So we have Frina, Yelan. Maybe Yelan first. How long is Yelan bus? 15. 15, right? Yelan bus is 15, right? Yeah, it's supposed to be 15. Duration 15, yeah. Also, what's funny is Yelan has a longer cooldown than Frina. Yeah, I don't care. And then Shenyun, and then Hu Tao. You know, this is first half, second half. So Farina, Yelan, and Shenyun. Shenyun. I'm so blind. Shenyun and Hu Tao. First half is Nilu, Nahida, Miao Yao, and then Kokomi. Okay, so this is gonna be crazy. So the first thing we've already seen how it works. So it's just Nilu being Nilu.
The Temple of Wisdom. Uphill battle. Covenants of the Deep. Here. Yeah. I see everything. Hold the line. Make yourselves at home. Allow me. Billowing surge. This dance is for you. Positions.
So the second team is what's gonna surprise you. So this is gonna be crazy.
Time to shine. Things are about to get dicey.
Make way for the...
It is so crazy. It's so stupid. It's so stupid. Yeah, my YouTube chat is not working. It is not working.
Toodaloo.
No idea why. So yeah, I one cycled the boss in one in one Hu Tao skill. I can defeat the boss. So stupid. You know the you can think about it with it's so stupid. Uh, at best, I managed to deal about 196,000 damage. Close to that, 196, 692. That was my best one I've had. I'm it's so close to getting 200k. Um, but yeah, it's super crazy.
Hey, share my knowledge. Rest and rebuild. Let's move out. Yeah. Allow me. Torrent, bring refuge.
Yeah, Nilu doing Nilu things, no surprise. But yeah, this team is so stupid.
Let my name echo in song. Here comes the catch. Yeah, skyward. Seize the skies.
Go. Shower me with praise.
Yeah, skyward.
Let the world come alive.
Game's up. Fun's over. Quiet. Stray clouds converge. Yeah, skyward.
Yeah, this boss is just annoying. So yeah, my infusion just ends.
Yeah, scatter. Rah!
Let my name echo in song.
Here comes the catch. Skyward. Make way for the.
Yeah. Uh yeah, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. The thing about the thing about Hu Tao is that Hu Tao has the same amount of, you know, attack as a character with Bennett, you know? So Hu Tao doesn't need Bennett. So Hu Tao with her skill, you know, she reaches around 4,000 attack. So that's almost as the same as, you know, a character being buffed by Bennett. If you have a character like who's to say who's that character again? If you have a character like Navia, for example, Navia has Claymore, right? and usually you would run like something like Wolf's Gripstone or the Unforge or anything, you know, attack based or something with high base attack. And she would have around 3,000 attack before Bennett buff, and then with Bennett buff you get like 4,000 attack, right? Hu Tao has that same attack as those, you know, attack based DPS carries with Bennett. So Hu Tao doesn't need Bennett, and when you don't need Bennett to be on your team, right? And of course you're not swirling Pyro, but it doesn't fucking matter. She does so much damage. But yeah, it's crazy.
Positions. Make yourselves at home. Hold those. Committed to memory. Here. Sharing my knowledge. This might hurt a little. Don't be scared. Billowing surge.
Quietly now.
Let the world come alive.
Take it easy. Things are about to get dicey.
Seize the skies!
Yeah, normally I can actually one cycle this boss. I can normally one cycle this boss, by the way. But I don't know, the
With all my strength. Everyone hold hands. Make yourselves at home. Covenant of the Deep. Stay put. I see everything. Here. Dance with the waves. Rest and rebuild. A brash maneuver. Let's move up. Hey. Strike a pop.
Gotcha.
Time to shine.
Busted. Game's up. Fun's over.
Stray clouds converge!
I think my Furina buff is just running out near the end. But I don't know, maybe I was wrong. But I think you get the point. So when I have enough energy, I can one cycle the boss. So like it's become super trivial. But yeah, Shen Yun is so crazy. So you can see that right now I'm using this team, right? And I might bring in more meta defining characters. True. You can yeah, I think I have to pop out this chat instead if I want to see me chat. Oops. There, okay. But the problem with this one is that it's too big. Let's see if I can window click through, Control P. Okay. And then let's try this one. Okay, that's actually pretty good. Yeah, I can do that. Well, I wonder why I never done this before. So I can just, yeah, I can just pop out the window, YouTube window chat, so that I can see the YouTube chat. Um, maybe let's try. Okay, so let's try smaller. Have more profile to work with. Okay, and so three. Oh, that's interesting. Wow, what the heck? Okay, okay. All right. Yeah. So the reason why I'm using this team is, with Shenyan, you can make Candace as your main DPS. With Shenyan, you can also make Charlotte as your main DPS. The reason being, okay, so okay, why I have this team is because originally I was trying to make Ayato to deal. So I was trying to make Ayato to deal plunge damage, right? Because Ayato is my best character, but overall he's the worst character in the game right now because his whole entire kit sucks. So he deals way less damage than if he were to use his plunge damage. His splash damage also deals AoE. His normal skill set also deals AoE. His burst is useless. It's weak. Um, Using Aito with plunge is better. In fact, Aito is better if you make him into a vape DPS using Bennett C6 and making him deal pyro damage instead of hydro damage. That is better if you want to try use Ayato. Which is super dumb because what you would end up doing is you would apply Hydro with Furina and his burst, and then with Bennett C6, he will get a huge attack bonus as well as damage bonus from Furina, and he will vape his own plunges. So he is doing pyro damage. So Ayato is removing his entire kit because plunge DPS is better. So Ayato is one of the most useless characters right now because of Shenyun. That's how meta defining Shenyun is. It's just crazy. Maybe I think maybe I do. um right. So the stupid pop out actually has this very dumb whatever. I just put it I'll just put it here, I think. I can ignore it. Like that. Mm, oops. Let's try and minimize this. Yeah, I could get some hot water. So spices for ramen or does the trick. I mean, I could just close the air conditioner. Yeah, I think I just haven't been drinking enough water, probably. Um, so yeah, okay, another team that I made was this team.
What a dreadful.
So the same call with Furina and Shenyan, but you can swap these two. You can swap these two for Cookie and then Nahida.
Time to broaden our horizons again.
So what you have here is that you now have a Quick Bloom team where Nahida is doing plunge damage with spread DPS. So Nahida is doing plunge damage. So you can see Nahida here is running a Lost Prayer. He would also get the the EM buff from herself. She would apply the EM buff on herself. No, Lost Prayer will give her like 24% elemental damage bonus and crit 33% crit rate. And she would have close to 100% crit rate at this point, because of a passive talent. This one, and she has a lot of damage bonus. But not actually this only affects her skill, not her punch attack. But yeah, still, your punch attacks would be a lot strong. Will be really strong, and your skill damages will also be really strong, while she is on field, benefiting from her own talent. Ability of the active character within the field with the highest elemental mastery. So yeah, Nahida will benefit from this one herself because she will be on the field. And then she will she will deal this amount of damage. That's why I crowned her normal attacks, so that now she can benefit this high multiplier with plunge. So as Nahida with plunge with Shanyan can deal about 80k per plunge, along with 40k 50k. I don't know how much her skill does, but is a lot. It's also a lot. Her skill does a lot of damage. Her plunges also do a lot of damage. So yeah, this team is a Quick Bloom team with Nahida as plunge. So it does so much damage while Nahida is on the field, and also it deals automatic damage because you have Cookie, you have Furina, and you have Nahida skill. All of them do damage while you are in your burst animation, right? So like Furina's skill, it doesn't shut off when you're in your burst animation, right? So you have constant damage, and at the same time Nahida is also doing plunge damage whenever she has the on field time. But if you want to rearrange this, you should do Cookie after Shanyan, Cookie after Furina, so that you can benefit I don't know, I'm not quite sure, but yeah, the arrangement should be something like this. So you can swirl both hydro and electro as well. I'm not sure if you could try and make Cookie more of a DPS if you have crit stats on her instead of HP, but I don't think it matters that much. A lot of people do try to make Cookie with some DPS in mind. They would run her with Gilded Dreams instead of 2P2Ps. But yeah, Gilded Dreams also has but some people also try to build Cookie with crit rate and electro damage bonus with Gilded Dreams. But I think I prefer having more EM so that the high EM on Cookie will reflect on the illusory heart from Nahida, so that she gets more EM. because Cookie has the highest EM stat and not Nahida herself. So there's a good combination between these two. And because Furina deals, not a lot of hydro application, it allows Quick Bloom to, constantly be applied to the enemy so that you can deal spread damage with Nahida. And I mean, Cookie, if you build Cookie with a sub DPS build in mind, Cookie will deal quite a bit of damage, especially if you have a C6 and everything. Uh, I mean, her C6 it doesn't matter. I think at best C4 is one of her best talents. But of course, it's always C2 and then C4. C4 deals extra damage after you use a burst. So Cookie does quite a bit of damage if you build her with DPS in mind. But I like to have her with IEM just so that the buff on Nahida is better. And Cookie's contribution to damage is mostly on Hyper Bloom, so you want to have Cookie with Hyper Bloom in mind. You also have 2 healers in this team, so you will never worry about having not having enough healers. Actually, you have 3 healers in this team. And Furina is also a healer. But yeah, one of the best teams I enjoy using this team. But it does take Nahida and Cookie away for other team options you can use for other Nilu and everything else. You could also use Yaimiko as a plunge damage user, but Yaimiko does just as much damage as Nahida does. So there's no point in using this team because Hyper Bloom deals more damage. If you're using this team, you're missing out on Hyper Bloom damage. Even though Yaimiko does a bit of damage herself, she does also deal single target damage, but I'm not sure if her damage is enough to compare to Hyper Bloom. If you have C2 Yaimiko, I think sure you can use it. But the thing is, right, if you have C2 Yaimiko, you probably want to have Golden Troop on her, so that you can maximize the damage. And then yeah, even if you replace, okay, for example, you can replace Cookie with Yaimiko here. Like it will be the same thing.
Well, since you asked so nicely.
But the difference being is, now you are plunging with Yaimiko, and right now you want to have your Yaimiko built with Elemental Mastery because Yaimiko will be doing the Hyper Bloom. But it really isn't, it really isn't that much damage compared to just using Cookie.
Wait for my signal.
And using this team instead. So it's really not that big of a difference whether or not you're using Nahida or whether or not you're using Yaimiko as your plunge plunge carry. Naruto can be used as a replacement for Nahida, true. And that way you can reliably proc Electro Swirls, I guess, compared to with Nahida. With this team, is very common that you'll only be able to swirl Hydro and Electro once on the first rotation. But after that, Nahida will just completely take all the application away. So and to the point that it is almost impossible to swirl Hydro and Electro again. So yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you can use Dendro Traveler.
Still a long road ahead.
And then use Yaimiko here so that it frees up Nahida to be used on your other team. But the problem with this team is that yeah, Dendro Traveler needs so much energy. Dendro Traveler also has downtime. Dendro Traveler also, has the issue where yeah, Dendro Traveler has has its own downsides and everything. Uh, and Dendro Traveler also doesn't provide an EM boost like Nahida does. So
Time
like
to broaden the horizons again.
the reason why you want Nahida is because of the burst that will increase the EM on Yamiko as compared to Dendro Traveler. But yeah, the other problem with this team is that now the highest EM stat is on Nahida, and Nahida is basing off her burst from her own EM stat. So this team in particular would be better if you have Nahida signature weapon. So Nahida would replace her weapon with the her with an EM based weapon. Like you can also use sacrificial primers, and it's not a big difference. Um, but since she is not the on field, the Lost Prayer has less value there. Dendro Traveler is good enough. Dendro application, you feel, especially if you apply Hydro on his ult. Um, the Hydro, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a good point because one of the downsides using Dendro Traveler is the radius of his burst isn't that big. But if you apply Hydro to it, yeah, it does become bigger. And you pretty much always have Hydro application with Furina passively. But I think I don't know, maybe I'm not sure if Dendro Traveler is a lot worse in terms of being able to swirl certain elements. I think maybe it can be better if you consider the fact that maybe if you can swirl Hydro and Electro, it can be better. But I think otherwise you can even replace your set on Shenyan to a Song of Days pass set, the new set, instead of using Verdus and Renera, because on Dendro teams, it's hard to swirl any element, to be honest. But yeah, you do have a point. If you want to free up, Dendro Traveler, Nahida for other teams, you can use Dendro Traveler here. But yeah, I still think it's not as strong because your Hyper Bloom deals less damage because you don't have that much EM on Yamiko. You also have to change your build on Yamiko because you want to have more EM than attack on Yamiko, because Yamiko is the one who's dealing Hyper Bloom. Yamiko is the one dealing Aggravate, and Shenyun's buff to plunge damage doesn't get scaled with attack on the main character, but Elemental Mastery does increase the plunge damage bonus that Shenyun gives. So this just increases the value for EM on Namiko this way. So yeah, you have to change your build as well, which is another issue. And as far as my experience using Yamiko with plunges, I feel like you can still use an attack based Yamiko in a team with Chevrus. So one of the most popular teams nowadays is Chevrus, Xiangling,
I can't wait any longer.
Yamiko. This is one of the most famous teams right now going around. I also think you can even change Xiangling to someone like Lini. So I'm just gonna put Amber here.
Leave it to me.
So someone like Lini, or even someone like Gaming, for example, and
Got it. I'll start my warm-up routine.
and I don't know, maybe you can change Chevrus to Bennett if you want to use Gaming. But yeah, it's a very interesting team. You can also even change Raiden Shogun to Bennett, I think. So you can have like mostly a
Epic.
so yeah, you have this team while Yamiko is the one rocking overloads so that Gaming has the constant uptime. You probably want Bennett to appear at the end here so that yeah. So Yamiko has a lot of different teams you can use. aside from plunging, but she can also plunge as well. It's just that I think Nahida plunging is better than Yamiko plunging. It's the same team actually. It's pretty much the same team. Yeah, so the core is Frina and Shanyon together in the same team.
One is fast on one's feet. Try to keep pace.
I have high hopes for this journey.
And you have two other flex characters. One of the I think one of the best winners of the Shanyon teams is characters who can benefit from Hydro, which is almost any Hydro is the best element. You can use Freeze, you can use Hyper Bloom, you can use Burgeon, you can use Vape, right? So yeah, there's plenty of teams you can do with this. You can even, I think, yeah, you can. So like I was saying, you can even make
What is the situation?
you can even make a physical team, right? With Remine.
At your command.
Or if you don't care about superconduct, you can even, I don't know, maybe you can even run dual cryo with Mika, for
My
example.
lance and crossbow are prepped and ready.
Yeah, something like this. Not sure if Mika reduces physical. It doesn't, right? No, he only increases attack speed, which is kind of useless. So I guess, yeah, I think Lisa is the best here
Here, let me help you.
because Lisa can reduce defense, which is a rare thing to have. Or you could run. I think you can run Razor
I'll scout ahead.
because yeah, I don't see a problem. You can run Razor, but if you're running Razor, you probably want a cryo support like Mika or something, or maybe Charlotte. But yeah, this is a theoretical physical DPS punch team, and I really don't think it's bad. It's just untested. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we could try and use Eula.
Ready for reconnaissance.
It's the same, the same archetype. But I don't know what which electro character you think is good here.
What is the situation?
By the way, does Eula actually increase her with plunge, normal attack, skill, elemental burst? When Eula's own normal attack, elemental skill, and elemental burst deal damage to opponents, they will charge the Lightfall Sword. Okay, so it doesn't count. It doesn't count plunge attacks, so your Lightfall Sword will not, increase in damage at all, and it takes a bit of animation. So I don't think energy is an issue. You can even make Raiden do the plunges. But Raiden doesn't Raiden can plunge, but Raiden doesn't benefit from this one. So Raiden doesn't benefit from Shenyun's passive, so she can still do plunge damage, scaling off the this one 316 motion value, but I don't think I don't think it's that better than using charge attacks, especially since charge attacks is faster, and Raiden isn't benefiting from the damage bonus that Shenyan gives. So it's a non-bow, it's a non-combo. I think there's also, I mean, the interesting thing about Catalyst characters is that you can even run something like this, right? So it's the same thing as Miko. but now you're using Lisa instead of Yaimiko. It's the same thing, because the plunge attack damage is based on your normal attack, and this at level 10 is the same across all catalyst characters. So you can see Naida and Yaimiko, I have both of them triple crown, right?
Amuse me.
This one damage 281. And then you look at Yaimiko and it's the same thing. 281. So you don't even have to use Yaimiko, you can even use Lisa. You can even use Lisa. You can even use Dory with C6. She can infuse herself with Electro. You can use Barbara, Barbara will have the same motion value on her normals as Nahida and Yaimiko. It's the same. That's why I said you can make Charlotte as your main DPS.
Connection is closer to the truth.
And maybe, I don't know, someone who can apply pyro or feel, maybe. But I mean, it's more for a cryo DPS. I gave I gave my cryo artifacts from Ayaka to Charlotte in this case. And the cool thing about cryo catalyst in particular is that cryo catalysts, when they plunge, they don't shatter the enemy, so you keep the frozen status on your enemies. So I was just using this team, right? And the reason is because now I have two different DPS elements. I can use either, if the enemy is immune to Hydro, I can use Hydro. If the enemy is immune to Hydro, I can use Cryo. If the enemy is immune to Cryo, I can use Hydro. So I'm using two DPS on the same team, but now I have three different healers I can use. So Charlotte is a healer, Verena is a healer, Shanyin is a healer. So yeah, I mean, Yanfei is now a plunge damage dealer, because she's a pyro catalyst. It's silly. It's dumb silliness. If you have C6 Bennett, every single sword, claymore, and polearm characters are now a pyro plunge damage dealer. So it's crazy. Shannon just redefines the entire meta by making it so your entire kit, right? Everything in your kit is useless except for your normal attack, plunge damage plunge multiplier. This is the only thing that matters. And then the only artifacts that matter is just having as much crit rate as possible, having as much crit damage as possible, having as much elemental damage or physical damage as much as possible. And if you're dealing elemental plunges, sure, you can run element based damage bonus. Or if you're dealing, you can even run Shimenawa, right? You can even run Shimenawa. It gives you 50% plunge damage bonus. And your entire kit is useless anyway, so you're not using your burst. So why bother having energy, building for energy? So yeah, now you can run Shimenawa on literally anyone. In the case for a Nemo catalyst, for example, you can run a Nemo DPS with, I don't know, a Nemo supports like Farzan, and you can make your own Zhao. You don't even need to have Zhao. You can make your own Zhao. Just build Sucrose, max her first talent, and then give her the Nemo set that boosts plunge damage and Nemo damage as well, right? So you have this set on a Nemo catalyst character, like Wanderer or Sucrose in this case. And now finally the ascension for Sucrose, which increase your Nemo damage bonus, is actually useful. So now Sucrose is a DPS, and you can focus your Shenyun to build with attack instead of trying to build Shenyon as a DPS. You can make Sucrose as your DPS now. It's all crazy, when you think about it. Um, right now, I would even say that Zhao I think Zhao is stronger than Hu Tao nowadays if you use him in the right team. Because I've seen Zhao dealing like 150,000 plunge damage. But I mean, of course, showcasing my own team in Hu Tao with Vape, of course, Hu Tao is dealing more damage than Zhao. But at the same time, think about this, right? Hu Tao's infusion lasts for only like 9 seconds. Whereas Zhao, he's lasting for the whole entire 15-second duration. So in terms of sustained damage, Zhao is doing more damage than Hu Tao here. It's crazy. It's crazy how Zhao is now better than Hu Tao. The pull value for Zhao has increased dramatically if you have the right supports to use Zhao. Or you can make your own Zhao. Just use Sucrose. So yeah, Shen is super good. I don't know. I think from here on out, right? People are just gonna think about Shenyon rerun. Where's gonna be the next Shenyon rerun? Shenyon. Every single video is gonna talk about you need to have Shenyon and here's why. Like 400 reasons why you want Shenyon. Like it's crazy. And even Hyper Bloom nowadays, right? I tried a Hyper Bloom team and I feel like, wait, Hyper Bloom team used to be the shit, but now it feels lacking. I should make that video first. I don't know. Everyone has done a video about Shenyan, I think. I can just make a clip from this stream, me talking about Shenyan, and I could just I could just edit the stream and then make it into a video. And this is why you want to have Shenyan in your team. Why you want to, but it's a bit late. It's a bit late to say because the Shenyan banner is already done and gone. Now everyone is gonna want Shenyan just as much as they want Kazuha back in the day. That at first people didn't care about Kazuha because they thought, oh, Kazuha is just Sucrose, blah blah blah, this and that. But now you have this Shenyan banner alongside Nahida banner, and people thought, wait, no, you need to have Nahida. Nahida is so good for you. But in truth, it's actually no. Shenyan is the most cracked character to date. That you want to have Shenyan in your team. It basically changes your entire, gameplay. It changes your Genshin experience. Now every single character is your DPS, right? So you can make every single character as your DPS. You can make your 4 stars as your DPS. You can make all your useless 4-star characters now they're good because of Shenyan. Because it doesn't even matter anymore. Like the entire kit is now useless when compared to how much damage you are dealing with Shenyan as your support. Ayato is useless now. All his entire kit, his scale, his burst, all of it is useless. His best team now is Bennett C6, Vape Ayato. But that can be set for every single other sword user. As long as they are sword user, they can do that, right? So you don't even have to use Ayato. Ayato is completely useless. You can even turn your Bennett into a Vape DPS using his own C6, right? Using his own C6, you can make Bennett as your DPS, and then you put Yelan in the team. Now you have Furina, Yelan, Shenyan, and Bennett. Like, make your own Hutao, make your own plunge Hutao, make your own, make your own plunge DPS. Yeah. So like with Shen Yun, everything about Ayato is now useless except for his, main attack talent. So like one of the best teams you can have right now is also Fremine or Diluc or Fremine. Like Diluc is crazy because his plunge attack is stronger than any other character. He is, look at his plunge damage at level 10. It's around 400%. So it's like way higher than anyone else. So if I look at, for example, if I look at my Eula, where's Eula? If I look at Eula has 368. Compare that to Diluc who has 400 something, 400 plus, right? And you can even use Fremine, right? So Fremine with Constellation 3 increases his normal attack. So now, in theory, the Fremine has the highest normal attack plunge damage value, right? So he's also a Claymore character. Claymore characters have like 368. And then you up that by 3 talent levels. And then maybe, you can even, meme it out and then use Child. You can use Child to increase the normal attack talent further. And then at Inframine, now you have like a level 14 talent. You have a level 14 normal attack talent. So like, yeah, that's crazy. I think Fremine also has. This Fremine also has physical rest reduction. No, not really. Nope. So you still want to use Superconduct. I think the only character who has physical damage, physical resistance reduction is Eula herself. So like this one, yeah, reduces physical resistance. So yeah, I mean, think about this. Who's your favorite DPS? Who's your favorite character? Do you want to make them into a DPS? As long as they are not a bow character, you can make them as a DPS. You can use Candice if you want to deal hydro damage. You can use Chongyun if you want to deal cryo damage. You can use Bennett if you want to deal pyro damage. And maybe further along, maybe we'll get someone who has, electro infusion on your other characters. Maybe we'll have someone with dendro infusion on your other characters. You were gonna say Child just to throw it, yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't work for Bo. Because Bo, and especially Child, because Child can't punch with his skill, yeah. He'll be so useless in this team after using skill, yeah. True. Yeah, it's funny. I don't know. Nowadays, I think one of my worst characters I have is Ayaka. But he's not as bad as Ayato because of Shen Yun now. I say Ayaka because Ayaka hasn't really helped me in previous Pyro Abyss, whereas Ayato had. And Ayaka is one of my worst build characters of all time. And another reason why, I mean, you could kind of theory craft a Ayaka team for melt damage, but we're still lacking a proper pyro support for melt damage, in my opinion. We're still lacking that. And another drawback with Ayaka is Ayaka will lose her cryo infusion if she has C6 Bennett with her. With C6 Bennett, Ayaka doesn't have cryo infusion anymore. It's very weird that the best Eula team doesn't have Mika in it. Her best team is Hyper Bloom. I think her best team now is Shenyan, not Hyper Bloom anymore. It's not Hyper Bloom anymore. Hyper Bloom kind of lost. Hyper Bloom kind of is now kind of Dendro or Hyper Bloom in itself is has kind of lost favor ever since Furina came out. Ever since Furina came out, now your talent damage is much better than before, and I think I can probably craft a somewhat viable team to use with
Well, since you asked so nicely.
with Eula, right? So let's see, what can I do here? We have this. Yeah, let's just change this to my normal build. And then we can use Eula, right?
What's your battle plan?
So with Eula, we kind of want to maximize the crit value that we have. So don't care about attack, just maximize your crit value. You also want to have, you know, a lot of physical damage bonus. So you don't really care about, you don't really care about attack. You only care about physical damage bonus, right? So you don't care about attack percent. Just think about your damage bonus. So I would change this to something else. Where's my old one? This one? Yeah, this one. So now you have this, or I don't know, maybe you can change it to another one with I think I can change this one. This one. You also don't care about energy issue because you're not using your burst anymore. I mean, you can use your burst, but you don't have to. So I can use this. Okay, so max out your crit value, and we're gonna try this. We're gonna try this team. We can try it on the first half, I think. Yeah, just to showcase how good this is. And we're gonna try it on the first half because the first half is easier than the second half. So Rina, Chenyan, Yamiko. Could do the other way around. Or no, this is no, let's do it the other way around, and then I'm just gonna put a filler character on the second team. So I think this is one of the best Eula teams nowadays, compared to.
Shower me with praise! Let the world come alive! Emerge, right here, right now. Make way for the adept! Beg for mercy. Crush! Vengeance will be mine. Beg for mercy. Let my name echo in song! Strike. Emerge, right here, right now. Nothing lasts forever. Emerge, right here, emerge. Seize the skies! Skyward! Shudder! Crush! Beg for mercy. Right now, emerge. Yeah! Skyward! Shudder!
Yeah, I mean, How much damage? I didn't realize how much damage Yula was doing there. I was just focused on perfecting the rotation. But I think that shows how good it is, right? It's not bad.
Shower me with praise. Time to shine. Right now, right here.
Yeah, skyward! Stray clouds converge! Crush!
So 77. Yeah, almost 80k, 85k.
Beg for mercy. Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Right now, emerge.
Yeah, skyward! Make way for the Adeptus!
You can even
Shudder. Crush. Right now, emerge.
swap to Yamiko as your DPS.
Now, right here, emerge.
Yeah, skyward!
So yeah. What's the best Hyper Bloom damage that you can deal? Right? What's the best Hyper Bloom damage you can deal? 30k, right? 30k, 60k if you're doing, you know, two but with Zhenyun you're dealing 80k plunge damage. Yeah, I mean, I think this is much better than Hyper Bloom if you ask me. Right? Because okay, let's try and use Hyper Bloom, right? And see how it compares. So the best Hyper Bloom team right now maybe is with Furina. I don't know. I'm not sure if Furina or Yelan is better. But we're gonna try with Furina. And see how it works. You just haven't seen this team in the Yula mains already yet. Yeah, I think people, yeah, I think people has slightly undervalued Shenyan. But I see only slightly.
Everyone hold hands.
Let my name echo in song. Dissipate. Lightning purify. Freeze to the core. Eye for an eye. More speed. Shudder. Time to shine.
Our bond is strong! Out of my way!
Beg for mercy. Flood of frost. I condemn you.
Yoo-hoo! Stand with me!
Crush.
The Temple of Wisdom. Grow, grow, grow.
Beg for mercy.
So yeah, you can see Hyper Bloom barely deals like, especially against these characters, they have Dendro resistance. So you can see why, of course, against enemies with Dendro resistance, you can see why you can see why the Hyper Bloom is very much weaker than the plunge team. But it's a bit of an unfair comparison. But I still think the now the best team for Yula is this team.
Oh?
How long is this Electro gonna stay here? I don't know how long did we take on the last run. It was quite a bit. But yeah, hydro doesn't stop superconduct to apply, so you can still use Eula's skill to apply superconduct. You can even, you know, you can see how it works with Yai Miko, is that you can even swap to Yai Miko and then use Yai Miko as your main DPS instead of Eula. So it's a really cool dynamic between the two. Where you can see how Yai Miko's value also increases in a way that she has a lot more teams you can use her with. Of course, Yai Miko doesn't benefit much from, you know, not having Dendro, but it works out for a attack-based Yai Miko because you can reliably swirl Electro with Shenyan before, you know, swapping into her and all that. You just want a proper support for Eula. Yeah, I don't know. It's yeah. When you mention how you know Mika is not the best support for her now, I mean that does hold true in a way. But I don't know. I'm not sure, honestly speaking, if superconduct is better or if, you know, having crit value, which Mika does give, you know, Mika at C6 does give you crit damage towards physical attacks, right? So I'm not sure whether which one is better. There's also the case where since you're only dealing hydro and cryo damage, right? With Mika and then with Eula, you're also having the elemental resonance of cryo. You can even make Eula into a cryo damage dealer. You know, you can use Chongyun. And Mika now becomes you can use Chongyun and now Eula becomes a cryo damage dealer. You can use Shenhe maybe. But I think Furina is better than Shenhe. But since 2 slots is already occupied with, you know, Furina and Shenyan, whereas because Furina is one of the best supports in the game, right? So yeah, you're only left with 2 slots. But okay, let's say right, you don't want to use Furina. You can use you know, other cryo spots, right? You can use who else is useful here? Right now all I can see is Sarah. You know, Sarah can give attack bonus to Eula, which is not as good as damage bonus, by the way. You could also use Rosaria, I guess. Rosaria buffs crit rate, right? So you can use but oh, by the way, next patch is Chiori, so like Palicino is nowhere to be seen. So you can use, if you don't want to use Furina, you could maybe try and go with a cryo support, which is like Rosaria to buff your crit rate, and maybe Lisa to apply Electro and then, you know, reduce defense. So you don't really have to have.
Here you've got a job for me.
You don't really have to have a, you know, a full 5-star team just to make it work. But yeah, I mean, it's true. It's right. It's right. It's true that Mika is kind of like the supposed physical damage.
Let me double check our equipment. All right. Everything's ready.
And nowadays you don't even need to, you know, you don't even need to care much about crit rate, right? You can use now the Red Home Storm Thrasher is actually has more value than before because it has a lot of crit damage stacked to it, right? I would argue that Super Spine is still better, but Super Spine also has diminishing value because nowadays instead of two piece physical damage, you can even run Marechaussee Hunter. But I mean the damage difference is very insignificant because I feel like increasing your physical damage bonus is better. But if you kind of want to have as much crit value as possible, you can use Marechaussee Hunter on Eula, and then use Furina instead, right? So Marechaussee Hunter will give you all the crit rate that you need if you have Furina in the team. That is about Arlecchino's design already. That's kind of cool. I've also heard that Arlecchino will be a pole arm character. I'm not sure about that, but that's what I've heard. But yeah. So yeah, I mean Eula does as much damage as Yaimiko, Nahida as the main DPS. The only downside to this team, I mean that I don't think there's much downside to this team. I think this
I knew you'd miss me.
is the
All right,
best
amuse me.
Eula team right now. Personally speaking, I think you could go with Lisa, I think, because Lisa does in fact reduce
I'll keep an eye on
has
you.
the value of reducing defense for your enemies, but it's just that her burst it doesn't it has such a long cooldown that I think Yamiko can do better. But I mean, sure, the other reason is because Lisa is very energy hungry in this team, so like yeah,
All right, amuse me.
Yamiko seems to be the best. You have two sub DPS. Furina is constantly dealing off-field damage. Yamiko is also constantly dealing off-field damage, and then you have Eula, which is dealing punch damage, which is also AoE. The point remains that the only support that Miho released for Eula after years is not on her best teams. I mean, the issue with this team is that they're all 5 stars. If you don't realize it yet, this is all 5-star team. This is a full 5-star team. Unfortunately. What's the I should probably because of this team in particular, it's a good idea if to max out her skill, because it further reduces the physical and cryo resistance of enemies. But yeah, so yeah, you can have you can further increase the damage by increasing your skill, and the irony of this team is that now your burst is useless. Because 2 plunges or 3 plunges is better than her burst already, so and you're wasting your time using the burst animation to use your burst. But I mean it's a good one-time thing that deals 700% damage. But 700% damage, right, is not as good as 368 plus another 200 from this. This is 200, and Shenyan usually has more attack than your carry. Have you tried out Honka Star? No, I haven't tried out Honka Star actually. I kind of missed out on Doctor Ratio. I missed out on a lot of things, anniversary and all that, and I'm still not interested in playing it. But I guess the new region for Honka Spiral is kind of nice. I recently joined a another Genshin server that has Honkai Star Rail involved as well. So like I could start playing Honkai Star Rail just for the, you know, just to get invested into the story, just to, you know, just to interact with other members in the server. Your prediction is that there's gonna be another drama in Genshin around the anniversary. I can still get Dr. Ratio, you think? Really? I'll maybe register tomorrow, if that's the case, right? But okay, do this. If you can do this for me, try making another account for Honkai Star Rail, and let me know if you can still get Dr. Ratio. If yes, I will consider playing. If not, I guess not. You want to play? You went to play with a very close mind, and you find it enjoyable. I don't know. Yeah, I've already talked about this with Honkai Star Rail before. The issue I had with Honkai Star Rail is just that it's not as in depth as turn-based games used to be. You know.
Too profound to convey in a few simple words. Oh, but why must the
I grew up playing turn-based games like Golden Sun. You know, games like, you know, Final Fantasy. Games with a lot of depth, you know, character building, Final Fantasy Tactics and all that. You know, a lot of skill sets. You know, a lot of options in your builds, skill set. You know, your character progression and party building, and all of that to downgrade to the level of Honkai Star Rail's simplicity is just a turn off for me. But I don't know. I think the game is complex enough, but is at the same time it's lacking the amount of depth that other turn-based games usually have.
On this fine day, the view from the heavens must be magnificent. Oh, don't fret. One has no intent to fly off and leave you on your own. If you are
But you could also argue that
presently
turn-based games in the past always ended up to a point where you just use normal attacks. I guess it's the same thing nowadays. Because at one point in most turn-based games, your build is OP enough that you don't need to use skills, other spells, etc. Because your gear and all your, you know, stats are so OP that you hit the damage cap without doing anything. And check about the ratio even in your account. Okay.
we could stop a while at one. Skyward! Scatter!
And yeah, Shenyan is such a nice, you know, experience to have in the overworld.
Skyward! Scatter!
She can leap across water, you can leap in the air, she increases your movement, gliding movement speed. You know, it's crazy how good she is. It's just crazy, absolutely crazy. Yeah, the amount of teams you can play with Shenyan in mind is just, it spans out across every single character in Genshin. It changes how you play entirely. So let's just, you know, get back on track and start doing this stupid quest that I've been trying to do. Other than that, I guess having a Claymore character is pretty good. I can have Eula, but I mean it's the same thing if I have like Sayu, for example. Like there's no difference. Like Sayu can be your physical carry. It doesn't have to be Eula. You know, when you think about it, right? You don't have to use Eula. You can just use Sayu or something.
Can I go catch up on my sleep?
Google Classroom is shaking the kid. Did you, by the way, did you receive the email? You get this one. Okay, I thought this was the one that gives you the three fates. Yeah, this one. I think this is the one, the Lenterite gifts. But apparently today they're not giving away one fate, one intertwined fate. They're giving resin. Will normal attack and multipliers not matter? It's the same. Sayu will have the same normal attack multiplier as Eula at level 10. It's the same. The only difference is Diluc. Diluc is the only character who has a different attack multiplier than everyone else. 3 fates and time gated, yeah. So it's so dumb. They also didn't give the 3 fates during the Shanyu Nahida banner. They give it in the rerun banners. You think they'll give on alternate days? True, yeah. But it's not the Shenyun banner anymore. What's the point of giving us fates? We're not pulling for Shenyun anymore. What's the point? But yeah, I mean, I don't have a lot of characters I have with the normal attack maxed out compared to other characters. Not a lot. Yeah, my Sayu has level 1 attack talent. But you would be surprised how little this matters. Right? I mean, of course, I'm dealing a lot less damage, but at the same time, Shenyun is buffing your motion values using this. So you essentially have 200% damage already. You essentially have 200% damage, but it's based on Shenyun's attack. So even though my Sayu has level 1 talent, yeah, I bet Sayu can you know can clear the abyss even. I think. Yeah, I think given the right given the right set in mind or something. I think it's kind of dumb, but I'm gonna I think it's dumb, but we're memeing now. We're memeing now. It's for the memes. Physical damage Sayu, let's go. Let's freaking go. Now Lily Pichu can enjoy her true physical DPS Sayu as her main carry. What's the best support here? Since we're not we're not doing super conduct, right? I don't think Yaimiko is the best. It actually might be Rosaria. What else for physical support, by the way? Who's a physical support? Who's physical support? I have no idea. Oh, and actually we can also turn Sayu into like, we can also turn Sayu into,
Time for some training?
or cryo DPS, right? We can also turn Sayu into cryo DPS. We can turn Sayu into a hydro DPS.
Stay close.
Yeah, let's do this team. Let's do this team, right? Because my Candice is properly built right now for energy. And then Sayu is gonna deal the hydro damage. This is so stupid. I think this will be my exploration team for a while. But let's try out the team first, Inspire Base, and then continue on our way. I also want to try and arrange the team like this. Frina and then Candice, right? I don't know. Wait, no. Candice has too long animation, I think. No, it's Shania that has too long animation, so the infusion time will run out. So I think it's best to use Candice after Shanyan. Where's Shanyan? Where's Candice? So Candice, and then this is gonna be so dumb. I'm gonna try it anyways.
prayer.
Strike a pose!
Skyward! Stray clouds converge! Flee!
I don't have enough energy on. It's so stupid.
Let my name echo in song! Shower me!
Skyward! Do your worst! Hear my prayer! Seize the skies!
It's not doing as much damage as you want it to be because of the, you know, level 1 attack talent. But it's a funny thing to do anyway. Oh wait, no, actually, oh, the reason why I was not doing a lot of damage is because I was not built for hydro damage. I was built for physical damage. I forgot about that. Right. So if I wanted to make a hydro damage, I would have to give Sayu hydro damage. Yeah, I guess that doesn't make sense. Um, I think the best support here is probably Bennett.
Epic!
The best support is definitely gonna be Bennett. Favonius too as well. Brina. Yeah. Okay. Brina, Shenyan, Bennett, and then Sayu. So this is just a level one attack talent. Sayu.
Yoo-hoo! Let the world come alive!
Skyward! Make way for the...
Everybody stand back! That's gonna hurt in the morning.
Not bad. It's worse than the Eula team. Much worse. It's a lot worse. But yeah. There's also, you know, there's also the factor of, you know, what does Sayu assign with? EM? Yeah, this is useless for the DPS Sayu. Whereas Eula ascends with more crit damage. So yeah, it makes sense why Eula is doing more damage. It's because she has a lot more crit value. I mean, who else has crit rate, right? Yeah, Navia does. I'm honestly, I'm almost bored of Navia now. I've only played her for a while, but I'm already bored playing her. She I don't know. What else can we try? Can try. I mean, Hazel is pretty good, I think. I have Hazel at C6 as well. If it's Hazel, what's the best team we can use for Hazel? Probably Jean. Yeah. Probably Jean. I mean, Bennett can actually, Bennett works as well for Hazel. What's a good Hazel build then?
Got a problem you can't solve. Clue me in.
Farazan is good, but the problem with my Farazan is that she's not built. She's also lacking to constellations. So yeah, Bennett is probably the best one here. Also Witsif is also probably the best in start. But I would say Lost Prayer is the best. Your best Hazel build was with Shimanawa. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, you're right. You have a good point there. If I use Shimanawa, a Nemo. Do I have a Nemo? This one. Cool. Yeah, I have quite a lot of pretty good artifacts for Shimanawa. Not bad. But I have no idea what I should use here. Probably Lost Prayer. But at the same time, you don't need a lot of crit rate on him because his C6 gives him a lot of crit rate. So how much crit rate does it actually give you? Each declaration increase the crit rate of the Heart Stubborn Strike by 4. So 4 times 4 is 16. Yeah, so yeah, 85 is enough. You're doing 50k skill on. Wait, how are you using you're doing Shimanawa on Hazel? I'm guessing unlimited skill. Normal charge punch. Wait. Yeah, this might be a pretty interesting team. Where's Hazel? I'm blind. Can't see. Hazel. Oh yeah, this one. Just gonna put Navia in. I wonder why Navia is the first in the team character selection.
Strike a pose! Let my name echo in some. Strike while converge! Teamwork is dreamwork! Ow! Off we go!
Confess! Yeah! We gotta. Yeah! Yeah! Fracture!
Yoo-hoo! Time to shine! Make way for the Adeptus! I'm going in!
Can't fool me! Truth hurts!
Shower me with praise! Skyward! Seize the skies! Let the world come alive! Let's light it up! Yeah, everybody stand back!
Cyclone!
So he did around 100k skill damage, I think there. Uh, not much, honestly. Also his skill, yeah, his skill was actually really strong. I think if you use the full anemo set, that is better. But yeah, that was an interesting team. You're also bettering. You're also giving energy to Shenyan as well. But since you're not using double hydro, there's a lot less energy for Farina. That I wonder if it's better if I could use Bennett first. But you kind of want Bennett to give the attack buff to Hazel. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Hazel did 100k skill damage there. I don't think yeah, he could definitely be better. And especially if I ascend his level. He's one of the characters that I actually have all max out at level 80, 888. One of the few characters that I have like that. And yeah, the build is not bad. 50% damage bonus, huh? I guess yeah, I think this is better. It's just generally better. The only downside is you have to use charge attack, but only every 15 seconds, right? So yeah, it's better for both. It's better for his skill as well because it increases the skill damage. As in it increases your anemo damage instead of attack. But yeah. Lost Prayer, huh? Lost Prayer Hazel. Yeah, you kinda want to stay on Hazel for a while, using his entire kit, right? Like even after you plunge, you still kind of want to use his skill again before you switch out. Because if you switch out, you lose the Lost Prayer bonus. So you kind of don't want to switch out. You just kind of have to like just stay in for a while. No, the team did manage to clear in time, but it's not the best team I've ever used. But yeah, it's usable. So support damage, and I don't know. How much was his plunge damage doing? I think it was around 40k, right? And also, yeah, in this case, right? In this case, there's no point in running. There's no point in running Vernero on. Oh, actually, why? I was never running Vernero. I didn't realize that. That's so dumb. Wow. Oh, now I see why I wasn't able to clear. I wasn't able to one cycle the abyss. It's because Shenyu was not running Vernero. Yeah, I bet I can one cycle the abyss now.
It's time to pull the trigger.
Yeah, I think I've proven my point how
Good eye.
broken this thing is already, so it doesn't really matter. Whether I prove my point or not. This thing is so broken. One of the things that you want to change on Wu Dao is you want to change your sense to EM, because EM is now much better than HP. It used to be negligible, but now the EM sense is much better than HP. because your own attack doesn't matter as more anymore. Especially since HP only increases her portion of the damage, and like your burst is now useless because it's so much weaker than your plunge attacks. And now you want to have EM sense on Hu Tao, because the EM sense will also buff the damage on the plunge damage that Shen Yun gives to Hu Tao. So now EM has double scaling compared to HP. It used to be HP and EM are negligible difference, but now EM is so much better than HP that you definitely want to change HP sense to EM sense now. Even with Homa, yeah. Even with Homa. I also think that I should change this to this one because it has more crit value. It used to be that I was using this because it has HP, but now, yeah. But I'm just gonna sort this out for now. Later on, maybe. I'm surprised I have enough artifacts to give a full Shimenawa set on another character, which is funny. Yeah. In fact, I can use this set in particular and change the goblet for anyone for anyone I have. Like this is gonna be the, you know, this is gonna be my Marichose set for anyone I want to use Shen Yun with. I can use it for, I can use this, yeah, I can use this for Yanfei, I can use it for Hazel, I can pretty much use it for anyone. Which is funny. Let's see. What does Hazel ascend with? A Nemo? Okay. And what does Yanfei ascend with? Fire damage, okay. So if that's the case, right? Yeah. Okay, I wonder if EM is better. I don't have a lot of EM sense. But yeah, I wanted to prove my point, right? What the? Yeah, I think with Sif. Okay, so yeah, I have a lot of EM now. And I think this is better. So make your own Hu Tao with Yanfei.
Ready for trial.
Widsif is also gonna buff her damage by a lot. I'm curious to see how this is gonna end up with. So Purina. Wait, is it like something like this? Yeah, like this. And then Yanfei. But yeah, it's crazy how I got sidetracked to showcase how good Shen Yun is.
Time to shine.
Quietly now. Here comes the catch. Yeah. Strength clouds converge.
Make your own Hu Tao.
Let the world come alive!
Game's up. Fun's over. Busted. Make way for the Adeptus.
Incinerate! Boom boom! Gotcha. Shower me with.
Yeah. Yanfei was dealing 100k bait plunges. Crazy. Absolutely. The state of this game, man. Absolutely crazy. I honestly would prefer more crit rate. If I could manage to get maybe not this one, since I am running. What? Which one? Which one has crit rate though? This is the only one. Yeah, a bit more crit rate. Yeah, I would appreciate. And yeah, definitely want to max this up. I don't think these things actually benefit her, but okay. This is actually good if you have C4, right? Now you have a shield for Yanfei. So I guess there is a point to using it. But yeah, I'm really sidetracked now, so what else? I think yeah, we could try Charlotte. And
Nearer to the action is closer to the truth.
something like this. Yeah, I love Catalyst characters in general, so this is like my wet dream right now. But I doubt I would ever be able to proc melts that much or very often. And the funny thing is, both my Charlotte and my Yante is, you know, yeah, I think I should. Yeah. I have another Witsiv. I have another R5 Witsiv. I can make two. Why settle for one? I have two. I can use both. That's so funny. But yeah, I'll probably have maxed out. It's not that, you know, not that efficient. What if I change this to crit damage? You know, this one. No, not this one. This one. You know, this one. Yeah, I guess this is fine. But I think Charlotte will be stronger than Yanfei here. Hmm. Yeah, I guess I could go with Shimenawa on Yanfei as well. Is it better? Yeah, I think it is. It might be. But this one has more EM though. I have no idea. I honestly have no idea which one is better. But with the Lost Prayer, right? Let's see. Where's where's Hazel? So Hazel is using this set now, and change it to this one. So yeah, he has a lot of crit rate. That's the case. Yeah, I think it's better. The reason because it gives me a lot of um, yeah, the artifacts themselves has a lot of EM, and it gives me a lot more crit damage. So I think the reason why I think it's better is just because of the crit damage. So can ignore the other ones first, then just focus on these things. Let's see how much do I have. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot better. And we've lost prayer as well. Yeah. Alright, so let's do this stupid Lini quest. This one. Yeah, I mean, I just love the fact that you can use catalyst characters without having to set up. You know, you can after using Shen Yun, after using Shen Yun, all you need to do is just jump and then hit normal attacks. With catalyst characters, that is the case, right? So with catalyst characters, the case is you just need to jump and do a punch attack, and you have all the DPS in the world. When I tried this out with Charlotte, I was doing around 50k with both buffs active. I kind of do want to get this at least level 8. That would be, it would mean that it would be the same as Yanfei. But I think Charlotte has cryo. No, Charlotte has attack ascension. So Charlotte has, funnily enough, she has less attack. But Yanfei has pyro ascension, which is better. I should max out Yanfei.
You followed us a long way. Why don't you come out and introduce yourselves?
So you're Lini. And where's your sister? Ain't she with you today? Save us the trouble and go fetch her for us. Let's not drag this out.
Paimon doesn't like the tone of your voice, mister! Who sent you, huh?
Save your questions, missy. You ain't gonna need answers where you're going. Capiche?
Oh, come on.
Looks like we can't avoid this fight.
Yes, we'll be
Not the strongest fight.
trial playing Lini.
Back me up.
Don't worry, we got this!
Lini is definitely
Time for your arraignment!
Now disappear!
Incinerate!
Curses. They're tougher than we thought.
Vision wielders are always trouble. Intimidation ain't gonna work like it did on the lady.
Come on, let's scram!
Hey, wise guys! We ain't through with you yet!
I didn't even check the Lini build.
Did you catch what they said just before they left? Something about intimidating someone else. Sounds like they just wanted to rough us up as a scare tactic, and they've already done it to someone else, but who?
I feel like it was I feel like that was Navia's gang. I don't know.
You're right. She was injured when we saw her yesterday, and she acted like she had something to hide. Maybe she was too scared to tell us the truth because those guys had threatened her.
5-star weapon and a C1, C3.
Well,
True.
if that's the case,
Because
she should be
I
more
noticed
considerate
that
to us when she learns that
Lini
those
had
thugs
2
won't be bothering
cats
her anymore.
type bungle cats or whatever. That's how they do it usually. Yeah, probably C3. A 5-star weapon.
Let's head back to the cafe and see if we can get any information from her.
The issue I had was that I couldn't see how much his skill was doing. But trash stats. I mean, decent stats, I guess. But yeah, my gripe was I couldn't see his crit skill with 3 stacks. That's how you play him. They know how to build the characters. Yeah, I mean at least they make it so that you have, you know, the correct main stat, and then I think the artifacts are decent if they know how to do it. Like if they gave him Marisha say that would be good. But if not, I don't know, maybe they gave him Wanderer or Noblesse or something. It could also be the case that what? I still have to do this? So stupid.
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Okay, I'm stuck. Where the heck am I supposed to go here?
Skyward! Scatter!
Is that God? So is that?
Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Wait, who the heck is Gemma?
Gemma?
You again. What is it this time?
We just ran into the men who've been threatening you, and we gave them a taste of their own medicine. So, you can relax now. We're here to protect you.
What? Why? I didn't tell you anything. Why would they come after you?
Sounds like they're no strangers to you.
That's putting it mildly. I know them all too well, and I hate them with every fiber of my being. It's been 10 long years, and still every time I try to look into Caesar's death, they show up and warn me not to do anything stupid. How do I know I can trust you? Do you really think you can get to the bottom of it all? And why are you doing this?
I can't even recall what this quest is about. It's been so long since we've done it.
I'm afraid I can't reveal all the details just yet, but I can promise you this. I will expose the Phantom Weasel's true identity. Because you see, this is a personal matter of the utmost importance. I give you my word. Trust me.
Okay.
Okay. How can I help you?
I've heard that Caesar used to have a magic workshop where he kept a lot of his personal effects. If possible, I'd like to take a look at them. Do you know where it is?
The Fleuve Cendre. But the place was sealed up by the police after his death, and no one's been there since. I also know that the Fleuve Cendre is dangerous territory. Lots of hostile groups lurking around. If you're serious about going there, please be careful.
I should open the lights. I forgot my visual tracking needs proper lighting.
Understood. Lynette, you stay here and take care of Gemma. Don't let her come to harm.
Got it. But if I'm staying here, I'm ordering dessert.
I mean, bon appetit. But stay sharp, too. They're likely to come for you while I'm away.
Okay. Alright. Power saving mode off. I'll start taking this more seriously now.
Can we do the quest yet? Nope. 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 Basically, we have to do the entire quest. Oh, it's underground. Have you been playing, by the way, Cha? Or are you just playing Honkai Star Rail Lady?
Skyward! Scatter! Scatter!
Just do
If
daily
Gemma
and
gave us
SMG.
the right location, then the workshop should be right nearby. Huh. Looks like these boxes are blocking the entrance. Let's shift them away first. There we go. It should be just down here.
Numita did the abyss for me. Oh. Wait. What am I doing? Sure, I guess. Shannon is not helping. At least Furina is doing, you know, off-field. I think I'm able to melt damage using Charlotte and Furina. Yeah, I don't have to. So let's see the character that they give us. C3, okay. R1. Yeah, no bless. So stupid. Stats are okay, but still stupid. Yeah. Does your Lini have the first great magic, by the way? Oh, I thought this one was 88 crit damage, 66 apparently. So it's the same as Thundering Pulse, huh? Yeah, they're really dumb. What weapon are you using on him? Skyward? Skyward Heart? Yeah. I have R3 Skyward Heart, by the way. So yeah, it's a lot of crit value. If you have the Skyward Heart, you know, increase crit damage by 40, right? You have 40 here and then 44 here, so it's the same crit value as it's the same crit. If you have it R5, has the same crit value as Aqua, which is 88.2, right? This is like 44. 84.2, just 4 points, 4 points lower than Aqua, but still, it's a R5 Skyward Hub is as good as Aqua or something. I'm just munching on these raisins. What the heck is this? I can just skip.
So this was Caesar's workshop. Nothing suspicious here. What was that? Oh, is this one of Caesar's gadgets? Guess we must have triggered some sort of device.
I don't think you're hearing the raisins being crunchy. I think it's the jar that's holding the raisins that's, you know. So it's a plastic jar with a screw lid. Wait, you can't climb this? What's the point? Where am I supposed to go? There's no map.
Skyward! Scatter!
What? Oh, I was... Wait, what? Oh, I think I know.
Skyward! Boom boom! Ha!
Yeah, not as strong as I hoped it was.
Incinerate!
Whoa. Look. The doll in the box is glowing. There's something written on the card on this doll. Let's take a closer look.
Oh, his which constellation gives him an extra charge? When is on the field, he will gain a stack of crits of every 2 seconds. Each stack will increase his crit damage. What? Oh, so you want to be on field with him? One extra stack, so okay. So now he can stay up to 4. And he's such a complicated character, honestly. But having to on-field him all the time, that's kinda annoying.
These magic boxes are moving. What do we do?
One of them looks different from the rest. Let's investigate.
Got it. We're supposed to find the box that lit up at the start, right? There should be another wish list inside. Let's keep trying.
Oh, is that the wrong one? was the right one. Is there a chest or something?
Skyward! Looks like we've reached the end of this route. Shall we try a different one?
Oh, now that they're saying we're going on the wrong direction now.
Skyward! Skyward! Scatter! That's weird. Have we reached the end already? There's nothing here. Maybe this was a wasted trip.
Lini, what are you looking at?
This place seems a little too ordinary for a magician's workshop. There's a distinct lack of mystery. We've triggered quite a few devices on the way here. I'm starting to wonder whether Caesar built this whole place as one big, elaborate magic contraption. If so, then there must be more to this place than meets the eye. Maybe a hidden room somewhere. Aha! If I just move this book, then hopefully... and... presto!
A secret passageway! How did you know?
I'm a magician too, and apparently great minds really do think alike. Looks pretty big inside. Let's head in and take a look around.
Why is it showing me top chat only? Oops.
Boom! Stray clouds converge! Skyward! Scatter!
Let's get this show on the road!
Wow, that's kind of weak.
Step right up!
Yeah, I guess if you really want to make him strong, you gotta have Bennett or maybe Kazuha or something like that. So yeah, he needs a proper team to actually be useful. Yeah, this is a C3, right? This is C3. And oh, actually this one, no. Right? Isn't his skill stronger? But why is it his burst? They should have given the skill talent extra level. That's so dumb. So it's at normal and burst? It's not skill? His skill is his most damage dealing attack, right? So dumb. I don't know. Genshin devs are so stupid. Wait, why can't I get to level 4?
And voila!
No, I don't understand Lini's kit at all. It's fine.
Why have you stopped, Lenny? Is there some device in that box?
Huh. It just looks familiar somehow. Let me check this out for a second while you guys go on ahead. If anyone makes a major discovery, let's rendezvous here.
All right, see you in a bit.
So they should have made Lini, the TCG Lini, you know, summon 2 Boggle Cats instead of just summoning 1 and then increasing its duration. It would be much stronger that way.
we can't step on the same tile twice. Guess we've got to finish it in one run, huh?
So annoying. Oh, I understand. It's a hat. It's a magic hat, yeah.
Wow! There's a hidden room here! Let's see! Oh, this bookcase is full of Caesar's own notes! He wrote a lot about the principles of magic. Whew. Much too advanced for Paimon.
Why can't
Hey, look! Is that Caesar's diary on the table?
why can't I sit here? This I wanna sit on this chair.
This book's thick as a brick! Let's take a peek inside it, shall we?
About the wish list.
At one of my shows a few days ago, a child asked me how I pulled candy out of my hat. As a joke, I told the kid that the hat has a built-in wish-granting machine. Next thing I know, today a whole bunch of kids were pestering me to pull all sorts of things out of the hat. So I told them another white lie. The machine needs time to power up, but in the meantime, you can write your wishes down. Well, they took me up on that offer, enthusiastically. As I write this, I've only just got back from running around all over town, buying the things they wanted. Boy, are my legs sore. I wound up saving very little this month, but that's not a major issue. I now have a bigger problem. How am I going to hide all these things inside my hat? Two children came to talk to me after today's show. I don't know why they were out on their own. They looked much too young to be unsupervised. I do hope they got home safely. Anyway, they said that they wanted me to teach them how to do magic. It's not uncommon for children to ask this, of course, but I've never seen any of them as serious about it as these two. I told them that learning magic is very hard work, but that didn't faze them at all. It's like they already knew. And they seemed so committed. I couldn't turn them down.
Caesar was the mentor for Lena and Lini, huh?
It seems like something's bothering Lorenzo lately, but he won't open up to me about it. Surely he's not upset that I agreed to teach those two children. I'll have to talk him around. I have a good feeling about those kids. They're naturally talented, and it seems like they're not new to the world of magic.
Who's Lorenzo?
They have all sorts of fantastic ideas. All I'm really doing is helping them develop a more professional standard training plan. They wanted to call me Master, but I told them they absolutely mustn't. Any magician worth their salt could have taught them what I have. They're the geniuses here. Compared to them, I don't deserve to be called any sort of Master. With time, I have no doubt that they could become far greater magicians than I. My only concern is why they're so mature for their age. I fear they've had to grow up too fast. I don't dare to imagine what they must have been through. Gemma thinks so too. She doesn't like being around them. Says that their eyes are too piercing. They don't bother me, but then again, I've never been the sharpest tool in the shed. It's nearly time for me to go on tour. I asked the two kids if they'd like to come with me, but they shook their heads. I once overheard them talking about their father and their mission. Sounds like their parents have other plans for them. I guess we'll be parting ways soon. It's only been 10 days since I first met them, but I think that I've gotten a feel for their personalities now. They're very tough, but also very cautious, and they trust no one but each other. This, I fear, is not a good habit to have. They hide things from me too. For example, when I asked them where they live and why they wanted to learn magic, they lied. That's the thing about children. Whenever they're trying to cover something up, it always shows somehow. I can sense that their lives have been hard, possibly even dangerous too. They're not like other children. It's a shame that I can't do more to help them. After thinking things over, I decided to tell them a bit about how I see the world. It's full of lies and falsehoods, and that is why we must find our own truth. P.S. I hope they won't find my nagging annoying. Children are so opinionated nowadays. Will it do them more harm than good for someone they've only known 10 days to lecture them like that? P.P.S. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Children aren't interested in grand philosophies. It probably just went in one ear and out the other. I bet they've already forgotten every word I said. Oh, Caesar, Caesar. Just mind your own business next time.
I forgot I was I forgot I restarted the chat. What else were you expecting? You think they do it because they know that the RNG is trash, so by giving you a good looking character to an average person, they'll lower the expectation when you build an actual average character. I don't know, I think I guess you could say that. I mean, the average player has shitty. The average player has shitty RNG. I don't know.
Two magic geniuses with a father and a mission, huh? Sounds a lot like he was writing about Linny and Lynette, don't you think? So did they meet Caesar when they were kids? Let's go ask Linny!
I'm kinda hungry. But there's not much food besides cake. I should also get another glass of water. At least.
Linny?
Shh, hold that thought. As I expected, there's a lot of fishy things going on in this place.
Fishy? Uh-oh, what have you found?
All in good time. Before we go over our new leads, I want to tell you how a high-altitude escape is performed.
What?
First, the magician slots themselves into a magic box in full view of the audience. The box is then suspended high in the air, and a short while later, the base automatically opens. At this point, a dummy will fall out of the box, but it looks real enough to grab the audience's attention, and they start wailing and screaming. Meanwhile, the real magician, who has by now blended into the crowd, waits for a good moment to make their appearance and put on a hysterical performance. Oh no! Is that me? Did I just fall to my death?
very vivid description. Paimon can really picture it. And then what?
The audience's gaze then turns to the magician, and by the time they realize what's happened, the dummy has vanished, as if everything that just happened was some sort of shared illusion. Of course, that's just how I think the process should work, theoretically speaking.
Theoretically speaking, what do you mean?
The inventor of this trick never performed it successfully. When the box opened, Caesar was the one who fell out, and not the dummy. He fell right to the ground from the highest point of the Opera House. No one could hope to survive that fall. Not without a vision, at least.
I mean, even vision bearers will die by just falling. The only characters that can negate fall damage are Zhao, Cloud Retainer, yeah, I don't know.
And no one else has ever attempted this trick since. My understanding of how it works is just based on what I could gather from his notes and the relevant gadgets here in his workshop.
And maybe if you do a plunge attack, but yeah.
So Caesar's famous high-altitude escape has never been done, huh? Paimon was about to say how cool it would have been to see it in person, but if it's that dangerous, it's probably for the best that no one else tries to do it. Wait a second. So if a dummy's supposed to drop out of the box, then where does the real magician go? How does he get out?
Glad you asked. That brings us to the secret of said box. This box right here is the one that Caesar constructed himself to use in the performance, and it's not as simple as it looks. Inside, there's a device that only the magician himself would know about. Once the magician's inside and the box is lifted up into the air, the audience's view of the box is fixed at a certain angle. From where they're standing, they have a clear view of the front, sides, and bottom, but the back and the top are now no longer visible. At this point, the magician presses a button inside the box, opening a secret door out of view. He then escapes through this trap door onto the Opera House roof, waits for the dummy to fall and distract the audience, and quietly returns to ground level.
That's way simpler than Paimon imagined. Even Paimon could probably do it.
I mean, you can fly, you don't even fall.
Well, there's a little more to it than that, of course. The hardest part of this trick is controlling the audience's mood and reactions. That takes an exceptional degree of showmanship. There's the falling dummy, the miraculous reappearance, the pompous performing. Maybe the magician would even have themselves tied up before it begins to strengthen the impression that there's no escape. Many days and nights of careful research and painstaking practice would have gone into this, all culminating in a performance just a few minutes long, but one that still manages to transform the shock and grief of a tragic accident to the joy and laughter of a mesmerizing magic trick. Caesar was a highly accomplished magician. But unfortunately, even he didn't manage to pull it off.
So, how did it go so wrong? You said you found some fishy stuff here. Have you figured out what really happened?
I can make a pretty good guess.
Someone tampered with
into
the
the case
box.
files. The magic box Caesar was using at the time of his death had the secret button I mentioned positioned on the right-hand side. And, sure enough, he always used his right hand as his dominant hand in public.
Okay. Nothing suspicious there.
But here's the strange thing. Most of the devices in this workshop have the mechanism on the left-hand side, including this box right here, which leads me to believe that Caesar was in fact left-handed.
I'm not sure where you're going with this. Why would Caesar pretend to be right-handed?
Because a magician can't afford to have their most basic habits stand out too much. People naturally focus their attention on the most important details of the task or situation at hand. But a magician needs to be able to redirect an audience's attention at will, so as to avoid arousing their suspicion. The essence of magic is getting people to believe a lie. If even the truth raises eyebrows, the falsehoods become all the more difficult to mask. And so, Caesar trained himself to use his right hand to align with his audience's expectations. Great magic always requires sacrifices. But in his most stressful and nerve-wracking moments, and when no one was watching, reflex would kick in and he'd use his left hand. That's why he set his gadgets with the mechanism on his left.
Maybe someone exploited this against him.
Exactly. I think that's likely what happened. Caesar would have been under a lot of time pressure during the escape. He'd have had mere seconds to open the hidden compartment, retrieve the dummy, then open the secret door and make a swift escape. But I'm sure he was confident. He would have rehearsed countless times to the point where it was second nature. He'd barely need to think about what he was doing because muscle memory would guide him through. So he opened the compartment, took out the dummy, checked everything was in order, and then went to leave. With his left hand, he reached for the button, and suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. It wasn't there. Much like when you reach for your keys but find your pocket empty, his mind needed a moment to process what was going on. Instinctively, his left hand would keep feeling around for the missing button, maybe for another second or two, until the bottom of the box gave way. With the stakes being as high as they were, just a 2-second delay cost him everything. The authorities would find nothing suspicious and conclude that his death was due to his own error.
When in reality, someone switched the boxes, and they did it to murder him. But how would they be able to make the switch without being noticed? That would be difficult to pull off, no?
It would have to have been someone who knew that he was left-handed, and who could move his props around without arousing suspicion. Someone who was always by his side.
His own
Isn't that
assistant.
right, Lorenzo?
You just couldn't let sleeping dogs lie, could you? There's not a lot of people who'd go to all this trouble for some magician who died 10 years ago. I didn't want to have to do this, you know. Silencing you the hard way just creates more problems for me to deal with. But I gave you your chance. I hoped you'd do what's good for you and back off like the lady, but you disappoint me.
You mean Gemma? So you are the one who's been threatening her!
Yes, although however stubborn she might be, she was never much of a liability. But you people, you never even knew him, but for some reason you just wouldn't drop it. Which is why you can't leave this place alive. Take them out, and make it quick.
Do your worst!
Hold that pose! Truth bomb! Yoo-hoo!
Here comes the finale. Step right up.
You kids are tougher than you look.
Had enough yet, Lorenzo? Your cronies can't help you now. I think it's high time you started talking, and what I'd really like to know is, why did you murder Caesar?
So, Linny pretended to be weak in front of the gang, just so that they're not afraid of him.
If I had a Mora for every time you said that man's name. Of course you idolized Caesar, everyone else did. But I was the real genius magician. Me! He was just an amateur who did cheap tricks for gullible children. I was the one who made magic into the fine art it is today. The aristocrats doffed their hats to me!
So it was jealousy.
Jealousy. Hatred, more like. I hated Caesar. All he cared about was his magic. He lived and breathed it. He poured everything into his street performances and his stupid tours like it was just a hobby to him, never bothering to think about Mora. What sort of fool devotes their life to the art of deception and never has a Mora to show for it? But the people loved him, didn't they? Oh, how they looked up to him. No one gave me a second look. All I ever heard was, "Oh, your master's amazing, isn't he?" Amazing. Yeah, so amazing that he was completely broke. Every other apprentice was living it up at their master's expense, but no, not me. I put in all the work, mastered all the skills, and it brought me nothing more than the life I already had.
Why didn't you just leave?
He forbade me from using magic to trick people out of their Mora. There was nothing he hated more than that. And with his reputation in Fontaine, it was too risky for me to go it alone. As long as he was alive, if I dabbled in my own brand of money-making magic, he would expose me, and it would destroy me. I had to kill him. There was no other way. He had to go.
So it's also greed.
And this was your only motive?
It was reason enough. What other motive would I need?
Well, I was under the impression that there might have been other factors at play. For instance, maybe you were in love with Gemma, but she was engaged to Caesar.
In love with Gemma? Don't be ridiculous.
Guess I was wrong about that then. Next question. Are you the Phantom Weasel?
I am. Caesar was so strict with me. He insisted that his way was the right way, that the sole purpose of magic was to bring joy to the world.
So that's why he's
Bought into any
rich.
of that. I was more interested in the practical value of magic. Sure enough, it helped me fill my pockets with all kinds of valuable treasures.
I heard that the Phantom is stole from the rich and poor alike.
Oh, yeah! Charlotte told us that the weasel would steal whatever people valued, no matter how much it was worth.
That's just how it looked from the outside. What would any thief want with second-rate loot? I've only ever targeted high-value items. I
Wait.
stole cheap things as a way of practicing my craft. It was other people's overactive imaginations that conjured up the preposterous image they then dubbed the Phantom Weasel.
So that's the story, huh? Well, I hope you're ready to tell it all over again during your trial.
What choice do I have? You're a pack of wolves, and you've got me between your jaws. You've seen what's here, and my last-ditch effort to stop it getting out has failed. What else can I do? So be it. I've enjoyed power and wealth for the last 10 years, the likes of which Caesar could never give me. I wouldn't choose for things to end this way, but I regret nothing.
Very well. In that case, I'll contact the guards. Traveler, Paimon, keep an eye on Lorenzo for me. I'll meet you just outside the workshop when I'm back.
So we're gonna solo play Lady or something? No.
At least I can finally stop looking over my shoulder now.
The liberty that it brings when you finally get caught.
Lily has told me the whole story. Lorenzo, do you confess to the murder of Caesar and to framing him for the Phantom Weasel's crimes?
Look who's finally developed a conscience. What kind of disciple murders their own master? I hope it was worth it, because there'll be hell to pay.
looks like it's all over. What should we do next, Lenny? Should we start preparing for your show?
Let me think. Let's rendezvous with Lynette and Gemma first. With Lorenzo in custody, Gemma will no longer have to fear for her safety.
Good point. We should go tell Gemma the good news right away. It'll give her some peace of mind for sure.
But sometimes Lini was wrong. But he was right that he was the Phantom Weasel though. Wait, where am I going? How long do I have time to do this? Another day? Maybe he's still right? I don't know. Have you done this quest? They were here all the time.
You're back. You were so quick. I've only just finished my third dessert.
Your third? Lynette, come on, we've talked about this. Everything in moderation. You're not gonna have any room left for dinner now.
It's fine. I'll shift to exercise mode and jog off the excess sugar.
That's besides the point. Well, it's done now, but try to eat a more balanced diet in the future.
Point taken.
Did everything go okay?
Of course! Lorenzo was no match for us. The guards are taking him into custody as we speak.
Gosh, that's amazing. I'm sorry, I still didn't know if I could trust you, but now it seems I can. I had my suspicions about Lorenzo, but I...
It's okay, we understand. He did threaten you. Paimon would find it hard to trust strangers in your position too. But you don't need to be scared anymore. Everything's gonna be okay.
Sorry. My emotions are all over the place right now. I've been waiting for this day to come for so long. I always wanted to report Lorenzo. He took all of Caesar's property, which I found suspicious, but I had people watching me all the time, so I couldn't risk looking into it. I was so afraid. I was scared he'd do something terrible to me, and then no one would be left to visit Caesar's grave. So I never had the courage to speak out. Thank you all. Truly, thank you so much.
Thank you all for clearing Caesar's name. I never would have guessed that Lorenzo was the real Phantom Weasel. He never showed any signs that there were problems between him and Caesar in public. From the outside, it looked like they got along great. And to think that lowlife's been living life to the fullest all this time, while Caesar's name was getting dragged through the mud. It's a travesty. At least his soul can finally rest in peace now, thanks to your efforts.
If only I'd realized before it was too late.
Don't blame yourself, Gemma. This isn't your fault.
Yeah, you still have the rest of your life to live. Caesar wouldn't want to see you spending it feeling guilty.
Cheer up, Gemma. My brother's doing a magic show at the Opera House tomorrow evening. Would you like to come along? It might raise your spirits. This show will be a special one. We're holding it in Caesar's honor.
In Caesar's honor? Really? Oh, thank you. I'll be there.
Great. We'll see you tomorrow evening. Traveler, Paimon, don't be late.
I bet it's the falling off trick that
We'll be there.
they.
No way are we gonna miss out on a free magic show. Wait, Paimon feels like we're forgetting something. Oh yeah, Caesar's diary! We never found out if the two kids Caesar taught magic to were Linny and Lynette or not. Linny changed the topic back in the workshop, so we didn't get a chance to bring it up. Oh well, guess we'll just have to ask Linny tomorrow evening.
I've spoken many choice words about Caesar over the years. I'm so ashamed of myself now. He was such a good man.
It may take some time, but Caesar's reputation will be restored now that the real culprit has been captured. Looks like Gemma chose a good man after all.
I can't believe Lorenzo was intimidating Gemma all this time. He comes around here sometimes. Not to clean Caesar's grave, though. He just stands off to the side and watches Gemma from a distance. She must have known, but she never asked him to leave. I wonder why that is.
Skyward!
There's a short period where you can.
Add Astro. Thank you for
So here's the thing about Shenyan, right? So
Skyward!
so you can squeeze in dashes in between your skill, and you can even do the plunge attack even after you land it. So it's
Skyward! Scatter!
so it covers a very long distance, by the way. Just using her skill back to back.
Add Astro.
So that's why I said that Shenyan is also really good at exploration, if it's not obvious already. So finally we can do this. And then remaining one day you have on. Nope. Yeah, I have it. Okay, so the showing village. Okay, so this is the quest that we need to do. But this is with Navia. Interesting. So we can continue on with the quests with the lantern, right? And we don't have to continue with the New Bullet quest now. Why is he? What's he here though? You would have pulled for Shenyan, but other Shenyan is coming soon. I mean, I don't know. I think you still have time. Because we knew for a fact that Chiori was after Shenyan, so like there's no point in you could still save Primos between Chiori's banner and Yamiko's banner. So I don't see a reason why not.
Skyward! Skyward! Scatter!
Look! It's Neuvillette! We lucked out!
It's you. It has been some time since our last meeting. Few people frequent this location. Since I was able to conclude my work early for the day, I thought I might take a walk and avail myself of this area's peace and quiet.
You call this early? Do you always work this late, Neuvillette?
Strictly speaking, that depends on the agenda for the day. I am hardly bereft of time, however, so working late is of little consequence to me.
Really? If you have so much time on your hands, then why did you only go to Chaoying Village for half a day?
First, I should clarify that I was referring to my lifespan, rather than the time at my disposal on any given day. Second, I was unaware you possessed knowledge of my trip to Chaoying Village. I see. Thank you for informing me.
So did you deliver the gifts?
Yes, they have been safely delivered.
I have to hand it to Clorant. Just a simple gift delivery, and she has the great and mighty Udex at her beck and call.
I was just passing through. It was merely an act of convenience.
All right. Then I hereby confirm receipt of the goods on behalf of the staff of the Fortress of Meripede.
A verbal receipt of confirmation? Is such a formality really necessary for a small matter such as this?
Guess not. This quantity of tea, though, seems a little excessive for a gift, don't you think? Before you know it, they'll start accusing me of taking bribes.
About that. Much of that is my own excess, I'm afraid.
Oh? Why? What happened?
He bought too much.
It was buy 10 boxes, get half off.
Ah, that explains it then. Well, go ahead and leave them to me. I'll get through this stash as fast as I can.
You have my thanks.
The same shit.
Oh, there's something else I'd like to give to you.
This is a stone slate, engraved with a symbolic design.
But the ratio will be free till the late April. Oh, that's nice. I could even start playing before my birthday.
While that is an apt description, it is in actuality a legal codex.
A legal codex, huh?
Before the advent of modern writing utensils, information was recorded on stone slabs such as this. The law was no different.
Okay.
Since ancient times, the scales of justice have symbolized the fairness and impartiality of judiciousness. As a tribute to that sentiment, this slate was designed after a traditional legal codex and engraved with a symbol instead of text. During my travels recently, I chanced upon a roadside stall offering tourists the opportunity to try their hand at the ceramic arts, so I decided to have a go. We joked with Clorant some time ago about gifting you a legal codex. So, here you go.
Ah, so that's what this is about.
That was quite a convoluted joke, though.
Remember it as well. In any case, I hope this can be considered as a reasonable attempt to join in on the banter.
So
it is a very good attempt. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. Even your sense of humor centers around the law. That's an impressive level of commitment. Well, a gift of this significance deserves to be put on display, and I know just the place. Front and center in the Fortress's showroom.
Surely there's no need for such a grand gesture.
Just kidding. I don't have anything like a showroom. But we do have a storage room. We can put it next to all the mechanical parts Sigewinne has collected.
That sounds good to me.
He doesn't even treasure it.
So that's what you were doing in
Indeed. Of course, while I was there, I also took the opportunity to taste the local spring water. The aftertaste is much purer than what I have delivered to me in Fontaine. It stands to reason that the long-distance transport has a tendency to imbue the water with extraneous emotion. If you want to experience the true flavor, you simply have to go to the source. Perhaps I should organize some time off to do the same elsewhere.
Insanely. Balance in between work and pleasure to keep your trouble.
Then we are of the same mind. It appears my desire is justified.
If you say so, like, you don't have to justify a vacation, right? You can just take one. After all, you're hardly bereft of time. You can do whatever you want.
You're quite right. I suppose I suffer not from a lack of opportunity, but rather a lack of inspiration. However, after reading a few articles about Liyue's holiday traditions, the idea popped into my head and made itself quite at home. Seeing as I was free of responsibilities for the morning, I decided to depart at once.
And how was it?
Refreshing. My spontaneous outing seemed to inspire quite a few other spontaneous decisions as well. Take, for example, my foray into ceramics. At first, soil from the ground is granular and unforgiving, but add the right amount of water, and it becomes soft, moldable, and able to take shape. In the past, I never thought about how quotidian vessels were crafted, but now I have participated in their very making. This is also something I made today.
Oh, so cute! Oh, what a big ladle.
That's a ladle? Paimon thought it was supposed to be some long-necked sea creature.
That was indeed one of my inspirations.
The color also matches your style.
Really? You like it? To tell you the truth, given your unexpected arrival, I find myself quite unequipped to give you the welcome you deserve. Around such an important holiday such as this, human custom would dictate that gifts should be in order.
I mean, this is already a gift.
This is all I can offer. If you'll have it, that is.
You made it by hand and
That is
everything.
precisely why it would do me such a great honor if you accepted.
Thank you.
You are most welcome. Happy Lantern Night.
Well, that reminds me.
Approve a leave of absence request for myself. That sounds like it could easily lead to a vicious cycle of self-indulgence, something which couldn't be in further violation of protocol. But I suppose I understand her point. My proclivity to refrain from personal outings does, in part, originate from a sense of responsibility toward my duties. But it is also due to a lack of desire to engage in the human world. But now I see that the human world is indeed full of many interesting places to discover.
I could have told you that. Oh wow, it's actually furniture. Where is it though? Can't find it. What are these? Oh, it's for the snowman or Aranara or something. Oh, beat dance. Yeah, this is the questing. Paimon's kite. What else? Paintings. Got this painting as well. Wait, this is the painting. Oh, wait, this is the photo of the Fontaine event. And yeah, this is the ladle. What is this? Wisdom orb, yeah. What is color of herbs? Tanuki, I don't remember this one. Oh, it's just in a shop, in a shop. Yep. So, Ladle of the Leisurely Sea Beast. It's a. What is this? Solely gifted to you by Newlet during Lantern Rites. Creation by his own hand was a rather spontaneous decision during his spontaneous outing, and this holds exceptional meaning. Perhaps because of the Udex was on vacation at that time, this fantastical sea creature inspired soup ladle gives off a sense of leisure. If this ladle is used to taste various waters, he might perhaps gain insights he would not normally. It's so cute.
Lantern Rite marks the start of the new year in Liyue. In the spirit of the season, then, I wish you a year of success as vast and endless as the open ocean.
What else? What's next in the Is that everything? No, right? There should be more, right? Is that everything? Oh, that's everything. That's everything. That sucks. I thought there was gonna be more interaction. Wait. Wait. Didn't we have an arrangement with Zhao? Or was that? Or was it the last lantern, right? I don't remember. So we have nothing. Oh, that's all. That's everything. Wow. Well, I guess we can still continue doing Neuvillette story quests. I'm just wondering where Zhao is after all this. Isn't he supposed to be around? Huh. I guess not. But we can still do develop story quest and continue from there. Let me see. Okay. Mountain Shaper and Cloud Retainer. Wait. They're buying a kite or something? Vlad and Nadia. At 3 locations and Matt, Shannon and Ganyu, Xianyan and Keqing. Okay, coming. Zhao is where Pervasis is. It's over here. Gaming and Yuktak are somewhere close to. Not sure where that is. Where is Zhao? Oh, there he is.
Traveler.
We actually get a cutscene with Zhao. It's just as I thought. You stop short of stepping into the city again.
Being in the city isn't the only way for me to appreciate the lights and beauty of Lanternrite. Look, Liyue Harbor lies just beyond this mountain. As long as I stand at this vantage point, I may freely behold the sights of all the kites slowly ascending into the sky. For me, that is enough. I invited you here because there is something I would like to do. I want to release a shell lantern, and I'd like you to be there for it.
Did you make it yourself?
Yes. I apologize for its crude appearance. I have little skill in that regard. You are very kind, as usual. All right. It's time.
They really gave you a special cutscene, huh? Is it? Has it flied away? Yeah, it's flying away. Wait, didn't we buy a lot of gel lanterns before? We did, right? Did I? I got rid of them. Um, I didn't hoard them like everyone else did. Oh wait, I do have it. Bye bye.
Traveler.
What? What?
Thank you.
What?
Traveler. Thank you.
They're really feeding the Zhao Sims. Let's see. Gummy is somewhere over here, I think. Gaming, Qiqi and Yao Yao. Yeah, Qiqi and Yao Yao is also here. I didn't, yeah.
Skyward, scatter.
I can't find them. Okay, Gaming and his father is there. Qiqi and Yao Yao is somewhere over here. Or down here. Okay, I have no idea. Qiqi and Yao Yao. Where is that? Qiqi and Yao Yao. Okay, they're over. They're at the top there.
Skyward. Skyward, scatter.
But where? Up there, I think. No, no. Okay. Oh, under the green roof?
Skyward, scatter.
Maybe only during the day. Nearby Gaming and Yipta, you can find Chichan just on top of the senior caves by the overhanging bridge. But I don't see them. They're supposed to be here. Yeah, they're supposed to be here. Oh, is it because Qiqi is involved in another quest right now? Yeah, I think that's the case.
Mr. Quay, I want to go to the Adventurers Guild and get them to help look for my mom. Should I take anything with me?
Well, you need enough cash to pay their fees, and there'll be some paperwork to fill out. I can come with you if you like.
Wow, these two are hard at work. We probably shouldn't disturb them.
You're talking it in front of his face though. Yeah, I think Qiqi and Yaya. Qiqi is. Is that Hu Tao? Is Hu Tao?
While I'm idling time on admiring the scenery, the spectacled snake-bedecked docs doing surgery. Hello, you busy bees, and what do you have to discuss with the funeral director today?
I wonder if Hu Tao can be found anywhere. Nope. But there's Mountain Shaper and Mooncobble around. Bled and Nadia.
Actually, don't tell me. Let me guess. From the looks on your faces, you've got some questions for me.
Guilty as charged. So, we were just a little curious about Baiju's master. What was he like? Oh, and also, how come you and Baiju could tell so quickly that Jia Liang had god remains in his system?
Huh? I thought I told you once before. Wangsheng Funeral Parlor was first founded to fight back against the vengeful wrath of gods defeated in war.
Oh, really? Oh, that vaguely rings a bell. The details are hazy.
Well, it is a dusty old tale by this point. Long story short, in the ancient world, dead gods were acting up, so our ancestors started purifying the air and burning the bodies of the deceased to guard the border between life and death. These days, we don't deal with the wrath of the gods anymore, but all the relevant know-how is still passed down to each generation, so we can identify gods' remains when we see them.
Okay, Paimon gets it now. Wait, so how did Baiju learn to spot them?
Almost certainly from his master, who was also my great-uncle. Baiju's master was my grandpa's younger brother, a former deputy director of Wangsheng Funeral Parlor.
Oh.
Wow, fancy that! Huh. So, if he was from Wangsheng Funeral Parlor, how did he end up as Baiju's master?
According to my grandpa, he and my great-uncle once went traveling together when they were young. They ended up at Chenyu Vale, where they met a pharmacist. That pharmacist must have cast some sort of spell on my great-uncle, because after that encounter, he suddenly announced he wanted to leave the family business and go practice medicine instead. My grandpa had a huge argument with him, but he couldn't convince him to stay. So my grandpa inherited the funeral parlor, while my great-uncle stayed in Chenyu Vale to practice medicine. They never spoke to each other again.
Funeral director to doctor is a pretty big career change. Kinda hard to imagine. But why did it drive a wedge between them for the rest of their lives? That seems a bit extreme.
If he had just become a regular doctor, there would have been no issue. After all, the Wangsheng Funeral Parlor wasn't unlike a regular doctor's clinic in the early days. But according to my grandpa, the pharmacist they met had a very ominous aura about him. And on top of that, the kind of medicine practiced in the Chenyu Vale tradition goes against the natural order of things.
In what way?
Don't know. My grandpa didn't know the specifics. And you've seen how wary Baiju is around me. He'd never tell me anything. But even that says to me that he definitely has something to hide. One thing I do know about Baiju is that he's obsessed with the idea of immortality. But whether that has anything to do with what he's hiding is hard to say.
I mean, it makes sense that doctors have a, you know, sense of achieving immortality, but whatever.
Anyway, so I will be sticking around here for now to keep a close eye on the situation. Maybe tomorrow I'll finally figure out what he's up to.
After all that, it seems like we have more questions than answers. Never mind. We'll just have to ask Baiju himself about all of this tomorrow.
Oh, while you're here, have either of you seen Chi-Chi around? It's not every day I get to infiltrate Baiju's lair, but alas, I didn't catch a single glimpse of her anywhere. Aha! What if Baiju knew I'd be on the lookout for her and hid her away in advance?
Chi-Chi was hiding. Yeah, Chi-Chi was hiding here. Chi-Chi's hiding here.
Zhongli? Master? Dr. Baiju has never mentioned them before. But more importantly, is Who gone yet? I need to find a better hiding place.
It's so cute. So I'm guessing that after we, you know, all the time, Chi-Chi and Huta will no longer be here, right?
It's a new day! Let's go back to Boo Boo Pharmacy and check out how Jialiang is doing.
Where is Chi-Chi? Let's see if Chi-Chi is back here where she's supposedly is for the lantern, right? Yeah, 900 attack. Wow, that's a lot. My issue with Shenyan is that, I mean, the HP is fine. It's just the defense stat is so low compared, you know, compared to other characters. 546, 573, I guess. Yeah, standard. This is standard. You know, standard capitalist character having such a low defense stat. Yeah, Chi-Chi is here now.
Our kite is so high up. Thank you for inviting me, Yao Yao. I am having a lot of fun.
I'm glad. If you want, we can go fly kites some other time too. The fun doesn't have to end today.
Really?
How about we do it during the day next time? That way, we can see the design better. When it flies super high up, it will look exactly like a real finch.
Okay.
It's so cute.
Can I take this kite to bed with me?
But of course.
I mean, why not? Why not take Yao Yao to bed with you? Oh, they're so cute. I don't even have to collect EXP for this for this week. Well, that sucks. That means I can't level up to get resin. Kinda sucks. So wait, new day, right? Oh yeah, it's just I just wanted to do this. Sucks. What are we doing? This is Dr. Baiju. We were doing Baiju's quest, we were doing Nuvelet's quest. We're doing all sorts of quests. Actually, I want to do the event quest. We do event for the ESP, the limit doesn't count. Oh yeah, that one. I want to do this quest.
Skyward! Yeah! Skyward! Scatter!
Wang Shuin now hiring. Urgently seeking one temporary chef willing to pay top Mora, salary negotiable. Look, Traveler, an urgent hiring notice and they're paying top Mora too! Oh, Paimon likes the sound of that.
Why would Wang Shuin suddenly need a new chef?
You're right, it is strange. Do you think something happened to Yan Xiao? Cause that guy barely lets anyone ever set foot in his kitchen. Doesn't exactly seem like the type to hire help. The notice says interested parties should go upstairs and talk to the innkeeper Huayan. Should we go and see what's up?
You want to check how much the job pays, don't you?
Well, that. And to check up on Yan Xiao, of course.
Then the lift left without me. Why do we have lifts in Genshin? They're so slow. I guess it's, you know, it's just to play elevator music.
Boss, there's really no need for this. It's just a little burn, that's all. It won't get in the way of my work.
Perhaps not, but continuing to work will only hinder your recovery. You need to rest for a few days. We'll figure something out.
Huayan! Yan Xiao!
Oh? Traveler and Paimon! What brings you to this neck of the woods?
I saw your hiring notice downstairs.
And we decided to come check up on Yan Xiao.
I knew we shouldn't have posted that notice. It's really nothing to worry about. I'm fine. I swear.
How kind of you. My thanks to you both. And thanks on Yan Xiao's behalf too. There's nothing to be embarrassed about, Yan Xiao. Just tell them what happened.
Oh, all right. Well, basically, we had a lot of guests pouring in for the lantern rite. Things got busy, I started rushing, and I ended up accidentally burning my hand while plating a dish.
That doesn't sound like you.
Well, you know what they say. Play with fire long enough and you're bound to get burned. Even the best chefs slip up sometimes. Anyway, it's nothing, just a tiny burn. I can still...
Now. I don't want you pushing yourself. You'll only make it worse. And then you'll be looking at more than just a couple of days off to recover.
But the lantern rite's only just finished. And we're still getting tons of guests. Now's not a good time for me to rest. Plus, lots of the guests are visiting from other nations. We can't just bring in some random chef off the street. We have a reputation to uphold. I refuse to let someone else ruin the good name we've made for ourselves here.
Listen to you. anyone would think that you're the boss and not me. But he's not wrong. Yan Shao was one of the favorites in the Masterful Chefs tournament. No matter how you look at it, his are big boots to fill.
I don't mean to boast, but any chef of my caliber probably has their own restaurant to look after. It's not going to be easy to find someone who's got the skills and has the time to help us out.
Looks like we might have to increase the pay we're offering even further.
Do we know anyone that's a good chef and has the time to help out?
Sometimes the answer you're looking for is right under your nose.
Oh, of course, you!
Oh, right. Yes. Now I think about it, I do recall hearing good things about your cooking ability. I suppose I'd added you to my mental list of people who can hold their own in a combat situation, but forgot you can cook.
Why are you even keeping a mental list of people who can fight?
Maybe a story for another time. More importantly, I'm sure Yan Shao would be comfortable leaving his kitchen in your hands, if anyone's. What do you think, Yan Shao?
Well, since it's you, I suppose that's better than anyone else.
I think it's
Traveler, should we do it?
I think it's cool how humbling Yan Shao is towards the traveler. You said something about increasing the pay.
I did say that, didn't I? Well, I'm a man of my word. You'll be compensated generously for your work.
Oh, I like the sound of
I
that.
should warn you that cooking for customers is quite a different ballgame from cooking for yourself, so I'll stick around the kitchen over the next few days to help smooth things over.
Oh, so he's not leaving the kitchen after all?
I believe there's some spare kitchenware here at the inn. Boss, would you mind?
Of course, of course. I'll take care of it.
What? Are you kidding me? Oh, wow.
Come, take a look. This was made with your measurements in mind.
Oh, wow. This carpentry is incredible. You missed your true calling.
Ah, it's nothing. A little handicraft and elbow grease goes a long way. All right, Yan Shao. I'll leave you to take it from here.
You really went to all the trouble of building a new stovetop? What was wrong with the original? Boy, you really hate when people touch your stuff, huh?
No, it's nothing like that. As Boss always says, hire who you trust and trust who you hire. I just thought the original setup might be a little, tall for you.
That looks small compared to you. I'll go to Hell's Kitchen. I don't think it would be that big of a problem.
Anyway, as I was saying, cooking for guests is different from cooking for yourself. Not only do you have to execute on taste, aroma, and appearance, but you also need to ensure speed, precision, and consistency. Having the right equipment is a big part of that. Ill-suited equipment doesn't just make the job more tiring, it also slows you down. And paying customers don't have unlimited patience. Sometimes cooking is all about being well prepared. That's how you ensure speed.
Okay, and what about precision and consistency?
Precision all comes down to using your eyes. Where to slice into a particular cut of meat, how much oil to use, how to tell when a dish is done cooking. When you cook for yourself, you can always add salt if it's too bland or add water if it's too salty. You can tweak the taste as you go, but in a restaurant, there's not that much room for trial and error.
Not too worried about that. There is Hell's Kitchen for sure.
Worst case scenario, Paimon can deal with any subpar dishes by making sure they get properly disposed of.
The final thing you have to focus on is consistency. You have to be able to handle the most challenging orders with the same level of technique and skill as the easiest ones. This is particularly important when you have guests from all over, each with their own tastes and preferences. You have to cater to their own dietary needs while also giving them the opportunity to enjoy our local delicacies.
This last point is making Paimon's head spin.
Don't worry. Matter of fact, someone as well-traveled as you may even have a better handle on it than me once you get started.
I mean, we did do the coffee brewing event. It's almost the same thing.
And of course, I'll be around to help you over the next few days. I don't think we'll have any trouble making all our guests feel right at home. There's no time to lose, so let's get started. I imagine you probably have a good handle on the cooking side of things already. What you need to pay attention to is remembering each table's order. Try not to get them mixed up.
Oh, Paimon's memory is like a steel trap. This is gonna be a cinch. Which ticket are we on again? Table 1 was onions, but no chilies. Table 2 was chilies, but no onions. And table 3 was, table 3 was chilies, but hold the chilies?
I guess I've already finished eating. Snap out of it, Paimon.
Was Paimon just sleep floating?
Sleep loading. You've been talking nonsense about him through the day.
We didn't even get a break in the middle. Paimon's brain has turned to mush. Is it always this busy here?
No, but this is peak season. You both did a mighty fine job for your first time serving guests at the inn. Luckily, all our customers were familiar faces this time around, so we didn't get any strange requests. Otherwise, today would have been even more challenging.
No strange request? Someone asked for almond tofu drizzled in soy sauce. Even Paimon has never tried that combination.
I mean, that sounds normal.
Out there, people have all kinds of different tastes. Being able to cater to all is the real essence of Liyue cuisine.
Isn't that normal? Almond tofu with soy sauce, isn't that normal? I feel like that's a normal preference.
Also, the thing about requests is that they're usually very specific. So as long as you do what they asked, you're unlikely to have any issues. What's really tricky is when guests give you free rein to do anything you want.
Excuse me. Are you still open by any chance?
Depends on the region, huh?
Paimon knows that voice. Let's go check it out.
What should we do? It doesn't look like anyone's here. If only we'd gotten here a bit sooner.
Uh-oh. Is Fontaine characters in Liyue?
It's alright. If we start building a campfire now, we'll be eating before too long.
Right. Besides, if anyone's to blame, it's Linny. So busy being a greedy culture vulture that he lost track of time.
For you, it's a bit unusual? Really? Wow, I didn't... What? Really? I thought tofu with soy sauce was so common. I mean, we have it all the time. I don't know.
Linny, Lynette, Fremine, it is you!
Paimon? So, is the Traveler here?
Greetings.
Traveler, Paimon! What a nice surprise!
Paimon was gonna say the same thing! We're just lending a helping hand at the inn. Anyway, so that's how we ended up here. But what about you guys? Don't tell us. Father sent you on another mission?
No, quite the opposite actually. We're in Liyue on vacation, and while we're here, I thought a cultural tour might be in order.
Father said we deserve some rest after everything that happened recently. Otherwise, it could jeopardize our next mission.
It's not every day we get this kind of opportunity. Linny thought it might be fun to spend some time in Liyue, especially since it's Lantern Rite season.
And the culture tour that you mentioned? Why is Alicino called father? I have no idea. I thought you knew better than me.
We could hardly pass up the opportunity to watch a Liyue-style magic show. Although, I think they call it conjuring here.
You thought Alicino mains were kidding? No, you haven't done the Fontaine quest. We can hardly pass up the opportunity to actually see Liyue-style magic show. They call it conjuring? Wait, a conjuring is actually spiritual, what the heck? You haven't started the quest.
In our time here, we've seen conjuring tricks incorporated into a Liyue opera show, and even a wushu dance. It was amazing.
So, we decided to stay here for a few more days to see what other forms of inspiration this land might have in store for us. We visited Granny Roshin in Qingsa village not long ago, and today we continued our cultural tour in the area around here.
In the end, though, we lost track of time. We haven't even eaten anything yet.
And speaking of eating, as you know, seafood is a big part of both Liyue and Fontaine cuisine, but it's cooked very differently here. We simply had to try some local seafood after coming all this way. That's another reason why we decided to extend our trip.
Oh, need any recommendations? What have you tried so far?
That fish one with the misleading name. Sounds bland, but it's drowning in hot chilies.
Black bass.
Oh, you mean blackback perch soup? You're right, the name doesn't give much away.
Perch stew, yeah. It's
It
hounded in
smelled
Chile.
so appetizing that Lynette took a huge mouthful, blissfully unaware that she was about to set her mouth on fire. She could barely speak for the rest of the day after that.
Luckily, that wasn't a huge adjustment for her.
Lynette is always hungry, apparently.
What? Aren't you guys hungry too?
Yes, a little.
Yes, I'm ready to eat. Traveler, I'm afraid we'll have to send you back to the kitchen now.
What would you like?
Good question. I doubt we'll be able to decipher the menu, so why don't you recommend something? You should be pretty familiar with our tastes.
I have no idea what you like. She likes sweets. I don't know what you like. Emily, I'm not sure what you like either.
One more thing. Please, if you have a heart, don't make it spicy.
I thought the blackback perch stew was actually pretty tasty.
And now that you know it's spicy, you won't be caught off guard, right? Why don't we give it another chance?
Once was more than enough.
So cute.
Fontaine, huh? No wonder they can't handle too much spice. Still, if we make the food too bland, they might as well be eating back home.
What do you recommend?
There's this crab and shrimp stir-fry I know that could work. It's quite heavily seasoned, but it's a lot milder than it looks. It has a light but really satisfying flavor.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
That sounds perfect! What's it called?
Crab and shrimp?
This is where it gets interesting. They call it the Palace Jewels. The crab roe is supposed to look like pearls of gold, and the shrimp meat like chunks of jade.
It's a pretty enigmatic name. Is this a new recipe that we get to make?
Here's the recipe. When you're ready, go ahead and give it a try.
In each challenge of the receiver of friends from afar, you must continuously prep, mix, and cook to make a dish that the guest wants. After you begin preparing, the indicator of the slider will move back and forth between each end. When the indicator points to the corresponding area, click on the button to mark one instance of success. Wow, this is really a super mini game. Click on the button to mark one instance of success. Okay. After you begin mixing, hold the button to make the indicator bar move over the sliding ring. Hold the button, okay? Negative bar points to the point of the area. Release the button to mount one instance of success. After you begin cooking, the indicator on the slider will move back and forth between each end. When it points to the corresponding area, click on the button to mount one instance of success. Once cooking is complete, you can play and decorate the dish. 3D elements of dishes can be decorated. The tableware, accessories, and add-ons. Each element has separate decorations to choose from. Interesting.
Crab roe like pearls of gold, shrimp meat like chunks of jade. Whoever wrote this recipe had quite the imagination.
Alice Jewels. A fresh dish cooked using shrimp meat, crab roe, salt, and snapdragon. People say the dish crab roe like pearls of gold, shrimp meat like chunks of jade. The mild flavors of this dish make it suited to those who want to taste the essential flavor of seafood. Narrative this is a what do you get when you put crab on shrimp and add freshness onto freshness? The sumptuous flavor of the dish. The tenderness of the shrimp and the crab flavors gelatinous grains create freshness, deliciousness, and the perfect mouthfeel. The crab roe shines brighter than gold and the shrimp glimmers like gems, forming a jewel table fit for a palace. Sebab mak, kejap. 1 second. Do we have the recipe? That's jewels. All I know about shrimp, is this one, stir fried shrimp. I guess it's different. Okay, how do you play this? Wow. What the heck? They made really good animation for this one stupid event. What's the right moment to prep? Wow, this is really needed focus. Are you kidding me? What the heck? What is this budget level of animation? After holding release at the right moment. Oh, okay. Fragrance and cook the palace jewel. Press the right moment to cook. It was easy. Oh wow. Are you kidding me? Did we really had to go this far? What's this? Ancient cave. Oh, that's a cute one. Table balance. Oh, so this one is this one. This one's stable balance. Class point sunrise. Ancient cave. With jade and lotus. I see. It was a good evening. Yeah, it's nice. And I think this one's cute.
Sorry for the wait. This dish is called the Palace Jewels. Enjoy!
Yes. We meant to say, you two must be tired after a long day of work. Do you want to eat with us?
There's a
Now that you mention it, Paimon is a little hungry. Well, if you insist, then who are we to refuse?
still, I guess, enjoy the first bite.
Oh, right! Of course. You're still our customers. Why aren't you eating?
The sauce looks a little overpowering.
Oh, according to Liyue custom, it's probably good table manners to let someone else go first.
Lin is gonna have to take the.
Looks delicious, traveler. I guess I'll dig in first. Here goes.
What is it? Do you need some water?
No. It's delicious. The flavor is so pure. It's drenched in sauce, but somehow it just enhances the natural flavor of the seafood. Try it for yourselves.
All right.
What is that? Crab roe?
Yep, you have quite the palate, Lynette.
No wonder it pairs so well with the shrimp meat. I've never seen it prepared this way before.
According to the creator, chewy crab complements succulent shrimp, making a spectacular seafood ensemble with a succulent flavor and luscious mouthfeel.
They really want me to feel hungry, huh?
Crab roe glitters like pearls of gold, and the shrimp shines like chunks of jade. Hence its name, the Palace Jewels.
So that's where the name comes from. Huh. I suppose it's quite fitting then.
Huh. Was Paimon always this well-spoken?
She's just memorable the recipe set.
This dish must be right up your alley, Lynette. Huh?
It's gone.
It's half gone already? When did that happen?
Probably when you were busy yapping away.
I heard that in Liyue. The biggest compliment you can pay to the chef is to leave a clean plate. It's delicious. Thank you ever so much.
Wait, don't fight over it! Hey, leave some for Paimon!
I think I'm finally getting the hang of chopsticks.
This makes perfect, huh? Remy?
Yeah. Well, Linny and Lynette picked it up in no time, but they're naturally dexterous. Unlike me, it's taken me a lot longer, but I'm slowly getting there. Oh, speaking of chopsticks, in one of the shows we've seen here, someone performed a conjuring trick using a bowl and chopsticks. So, if I want to be a good magician's assistant, I need to keep practicing.
Lynette's not usually so forthcoming about what she likes. But this time, well, she's expressed it in more ways than one. I guess you've rubbed off on her too. Or maybe your cooking is simply too delicious to resist. The next time our paths cross in Fontaine, you'll have to fire up your cooking skills for my other siblings as well. How does that sound, oh great master chef?
Whenever you're free, just set that date.
Oh yeah? Well then, I'll have to clear my schedule.
It's interesting that people go so far to, have a good meal. Oh, she's talking to the cat.
Calorie surplus detected. Digestion mode engaged.
I've never seen you eating so much.
Yeah. Well, Linny and I are usually careful about what we eat, because we have to stay in performance shape. That, plus it's generally bad manners to overindulge at the dinner table.
Oh.
But once in a while, it's nice to treat yourself in the company of family. Besides, if I'd waited until my brothers were finished trying to out-polite each other, the food would have gone cold.
Kitty, 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 kitty. So I guess that's the end of the quest.
So your friends like the dish, huh? Well done. Not bad at all for your first day on the job. There'll be more to come, so keep it up.
Yay, got new recipe. Ooh, I love the new recipes. This one. Into the next day, so it's all just quests in quest chains. Where is the new one? Braised meat, fine tea, the palace jewels. Oh, so it's a little bit different with the fried shrimp. One luscious dish, the shrimp are quickly sauteed and sauce thickened. The method of cooking is extremely simple and brings out the flavorful natural flavor of the shrimp meat, granting it a place in a humble home-cooked dinners and lavish banquets. That's so simple. What's the fried shrimp? You know, the battered shrimps. This one, golden shrimp balls. Yes. Other shrimp meals are there. Sweet shrimp sushi. What is this? Deep fried double crisp. That's a strange dish, huh? We've never done it before, actually. So, ooh, we get more new recipes. That's cool. Kinda like this event now. Huh. The small characters are really small. When you compare it to tall characters, wow. Time. Skip. Morning, right?
Morning. The boss tells me that both new and returning customers have nothing but good things to say about you. I have to admit, I was a little worried about throwing you right into the deep end, but it looks like you've got what it takes to handle the day-to-day here. So it should be plain sailing. Well, just as long as we don't run into any extremely picky customers with unreasonably specific requests.
Oh, have you had someone like that before?
Of course! The worst are those old scholars who have barely cooked a day in their life, but think reading a stack of books on the topic makes them the expert. They criticize you for no reason, claiming your cooking method isn't faithful to the original, or that the flavor profile isn't authentic because you used an ingredient that wasn't in their beloved centuries-old version of the recipe.
This is Wang Shuwen. It does have the look and feel of a time-honored establishment.
Farzan, this old hag. Okay, the thing is, right, I didn't do one Sumeru event where, you know, Kaveh was involved. So this is actually the first time we met her. She's better known and better at large for her works in mechanics. When she's trapped within the storage, I only escaped too much peril. Yeah, a century had passed for the world she emerged into, and it was no longer the place she remembered. Whether it be due to an academic disagreement or the passage, she had quite a few things to say about the current state of the academia. I know that voice.
Oh, innkeeper! We'll have each of your signature dishes, please, as fast as you can serve them. The most expensive ones.
Farzan! Oops, Madam Farzan.
Oh my! Traveler, Paimon, whatever are you doing here?
We could ask you the same thing. Where'd you suddenly get the funds to go sightseeing? And to order the most expensive things on the menu?
I'm not here to sightsee. Exemplary scholars like myself are highly sought after by cruise operators in need of an onboard consultant as they travel the world.
Madam Farzan, much energy. If she's really over 100 years old, I don't understand how she keeps going.
It's all my fault. She's been like this ever since I told her I'd be paying the expenses.
Layla! And Dory? Huh. Never would have bet on this combination.
Why didn't you all take a seat and catch your breath?
Temporary chef, huh? Wow. No rest for the wicked. Well, if the chef here is trusting you to run his whole kitchen, then I've got no doubt we're in for some authentic Liyue specialties.
So, why are you all in Liyue again? Something about being an onboard consultant?
I got my hands on a new boat from Fontaine a while ago, equipped with cutting-edge navigation technology. If we manage to spread the word, it could have huge business potential. Right now, we're doing some test runs. We sailed from Port Ormos to Rito, then from Rito to Liyue Harbor. Next, we're planning to go to Dornman Port.
Oh! Wait! They're using a sailboat from Fontaine Technology to go from Inazuma to Liyue to to Sumeru. Oh god, that blows my mind. And Dory is at the forefront of this entire naval business. Holy shit.
Oh, Madame Farazan and me were hired to fine-tune the compass and other equipment. We sailed around the Sea of Clouds all of last night to put the system through some stress testing.
Sounds like illegal overtime.
Overtime for which they'll both be fairly compensated. They're both here willingly. The contract is crystal clear on that.
You really cover all your bases, don't you? Let Paimon guess. Paying the expenses is part of the compensation, isn't it? No wonder Madame Farazan is going for all the most expensive dishes.
It's not every day someone tells you to order whatever you like. Now, first up, we'll have the... Farazan, Madame Farazan, that is. While I am more than happy to treat you both to the most expensive dishes on the menu, we must remember that most expensive does not always mean best.
Oh, she's cultured here right now. She's so cultured. That is so smart. Yeah, she knows how to handle money, right? And she knows how to live a life.
I've heard that the most expensive dishes in Liyue are usually either seafood-based or take an exceptionally long time to prepare. Now, I don't know about you two, but after so many days at sea, I don't think I can so much as look at another piece of seafood again for at least the foreseeable future. Huh. That's actually a good point.
I would never imagine Madame Farazan would agree to anything.
Not to mention that poor Layla here looks like she's about to faint from hunger.
Huh? Oh, that's not because of hunger.
Surely the wise and virtuous Madame Farazan could not bear to watch her poor students sit here and waste away.
Oh wait, are they in the same darshan?
Oh, well, of course I care about my students' well-being, but why do I feel like I'm being tricked? So, let's not order anything that'll take too long to prepare. Aside from that and seafood, we'll take whatever other expensive dishes you have. Over to you, traveler.
Dory's so cunning. She is so real.
No seafood and nothing that takes too long to cook. The rest is up to you. I had my eye on Adeptus Temptation, bamboo shoot soup, and golden shrimp balls, but I suppose I'll have to wait for the next time. But that could be years from now.
That could be years from now.
Aw, Madame Farazan looks so deflated all of a sudden. Please still try to choose dishes on the expensive side, okay?
I guess it's beef then. Beef is the most expensive, right? Usually. Premium beef cuts at least.
So, expensive, but no seafood, and nothing that takes too long to cook. That rules out pretty much our entire menu. Do these people get a kick out of being impossible to please?
First it was Faruzan, and then it was Dory adding up to the complications. But you know, beef is kind of hard. It kind of takes too long to cook unless it's strips of beef or jerky.
That Dory, is she doing this on purpose?
I'd bet Mora she is.
This isn't Lioli Pavilion or Xinhua Kiosk. This is Wangshu Inn. We don't stock up on rare and exotic ingredients. We only get them in if someone puts in a special reservation. Well, if we're stuck with regular ingredients and we're on a time limit, there's only one way to bump up the price. And that's by cooking a dish that uses the chef's expertise and creativity to the fullest.
Huh. How? I don't get it. I have no idea.
As it happens, I know a recipe for something called trembling strings and rushing reeds. It can be whipped up quickly with what we already have in the kitchen. One plate usually goes for 30,000 mora.
That's expensive. I guess it is egg, but with a lot of technique involved.
30,000? But if it's quick to make and isn't fancy, what exactly makes it so special?
Quick doesn't have to mean quick and easy. To perfect this dish, you need expert knife work and very precise control over the heat. You have to finely slice several different types of meat into fine threads, knead them together into strips, then gently stir-fry them in the pan. What you end up with is a whole variety of flavors that come through layer by layer.
Ooh, that sounds nice. It's like a Subway melt with different flavors of meat.
This dish is unique in offering a harmonious blend of multiple kinds of meat, all cooked to perfection, while still bursting with their own distinct flavors.
You can have beef, ham, jerky, sausages. Yeah, different. There's a lot of different meats in you know, the cooking recipes that you can turn into at least.
Do it right, and you've got a culinary masterpiece in your hands. But if you botch it, it's just a bunch of meat thrown on a plate.
Oh, Paimon gets it now! So this dish gets its value not from the ingredients, but the chef's expertise!
You think I'll be able to pull it off though?
Nah, don't worry. I can take care of the kneading and other prep work for you. You just focus on bringing it all together.
Believe in yourself. You can do this! And if you mess it up, Paimon will still be happy to eat it.
Trembling strings and rushing reeds. So the ingredients for this. So ham, meat, chicken. I thought we were gonna involve other sorts of meat involved. Stir-fried dish, layers, even entire flavor. They say in Liu that lutes have 5 strings and flutes have 7 apertures, and that this is correspondingly made with 5 meats and 7 side dishes. They say it is doubtful that any chef could make a dish as complicated as the story claims. Alright. Oh, it got a bit quick at the end there. Shredded ham, shredded fowl, shredded meat, mixing. Ow. Ow. What? Oof. I didn't... I got it wrong so many times there. Huh? What? What the heck is that? It looks awful. It doesn't look appetizing at all. It surely doesn't look like it surely doesn't look like um surely doesn't look like an expensive dish, honestly.
Food's ready. Please enjoy.
Ooh, smells delightful. Oh, we meant to ask, have you two eaten breakfast yet? If not, why don't you join us at the table?
Did Dory just offer us a free meal? When did she become so generous?
Let's not forget that the biggest business deals are always settled over a meal. Come on, come on, come on, sit down and join us. Everyone, dig in.
Wow, Dory is so cunning.
This dish looks simple enough, and I did my research, so surely it can't cost all that much. Worst case scenario, maybe 10,000 mora? This dish had better be worth working overtime all night for. Well, traveler, this is the moment of truth.
Oh, so tired. So sleepy. I just want to eat up and get to bed. Is this foul? Oh, wait. No, the texture is more like Shroomboar.
Shroomboar.
There's a different flavor in every bite. And the discerning palate might detect a hint of something smoked, too. Quite marvelous. How is this made?
Smugglers is from the ham, that was my addition.
Ham? But I don't see any ham anywhere.
Oh.
Haha! So you've noticed. Yep, every single strip is kneaded from several different kinds of meat. Paimon and Yanxiao put in a lot of effort to make it just right.
So I'm not an expert or anything, but don't different meats have different cooking times? How is everything in this dish cooked to perfection?
That's a good question.
Well, you see, that's a trade secret.
And some special cooking techniques.
Wow! So this dish really is one of a kind. That makes the whole trip worth it. By the way, does this special dish have a name?
Paimon forgot to mention that part. The dish is called Trembling Strings and Rushing Reeds, alluding to the way that the different threads of meat are woven together, and also
The complex layers of flavor, yes? Akin to the harmonies of a musical ensemble? The name, if I'm not mistaken, is a Liyue idiom that evokes a vigorous orchestral performance featuring both stringed and wind instruments playing together. Quite an apt name for this dish.
how did you know all that?
Every student has to master at least 20 languages before they graduate. Wait, is that not a requirement anymore?
Was it down to 8 now?
That used to be a thing?
Oh, Paimon almost forgot that you're also from Harabatat.
So, anyway, how much does this dish cost?
Oh, don't worry, not too much. That'll be 30,000 more, please and thank you.
She's smug smiling.
30,000? About that, Paimon, on, traveler. I merely invited you to join us at the table, did I not? I don't believe I committed to paying for you. So, perhaps we could split the bill accordingly?
Oh, Paimon knew it was too good to be true.
Talk to the boss. Should be able to do 20%.
Hey, there's no need to... well, it was your hard work anyway. You can call the shots.
20% off of 30,000? That's still a pretty hefty expense. Alright. I'll just consider that the cost of learning about this dish. Once I'm back in Sumeru, I'll be sure to find someone to help me recreate the dish. And then I'll make it all back.
It's gonna cost you a lot to research it.
I feel so much better now that I've gotten some food in me. Delicious food really does wonders for one's spirits.
I never thought you'd take on such a strenuous work.
My advisor said that young people shouldn't stay cooped up in the academia all the time. They told me that I should take the chance to get out and see the stars in other skies. Maybe I can think of it as my first internship experience. But it sure is exhausting.
What's the other two?
Now, how should I justify a high price tag for a dish without any fancy ingredients? Maybe start by giving it a fancy-sounding name?
By the way, the whole spiel about no seafood and not taking long to cook, be honest, just want you in to try and save money, didn't you?
I should have known you'd see through me. Everyone was exhausted and seasick when I made the offer last night, so I figured they probably wouldn't be able to eat all that much today. Well, you saw how that turned out. I tried placing some limitations on the order to keep costs under control, but you still found a way around my schemes. That's what I get for not thoroughly researching the market beforehand.
Hey, you're not even paying those too much of a salary. Just treat them fairly next time and don't be so stingy.
You don't want to talk, Paimon. You really whenever you get the chance.
Yeah, but that's why Paimon's qualified to talk about this.
That's why Paimon. Where's Farzan?
Even though I didn't get to try Adeptus Temptation or Bamboo Shoot Soup, this trembling strings and rushing reeds was still quite impressive. Thank you for making it.
Never thought you'd take a job away from any ruins.
Well, about that, even though newfangled contraptions are hardly my cup of tea, Dora's offer was quite enticing. She said that every time we stopped at a new harbor, I'd be free to go and pick out some ancient books at the market and bring them back to Sumeru. I couldn't resist an offer like that. So I offered to join for the lowest possible pay to undercut all my Kshahrewar competitors.
Wow. Yeah, Farzan's so smart. Still one more quest.
We're off to a good start this morning. Keep up the good work. I'm counting on you.
What a weird recipe, by the way. I mean, I thought it would look much fancier than it is. Ooh. How many dishes are we going to have to do? Oh, that's 3? Oh, look. There's more of it. There's more where that came from. Chopsticks. Customers come from all corners of the arena, very attached to them, meeting each of their needs is the first step to becoming a great chef. After this hard work, you and Paimon are now able to deal with the daily kitchen grind. That is, unless some truly picky customers come calling. Layla, Tarzan, Rory. Unlocks in 1 day, so we still have 2 more to go, huh? How long have we been streaming? 5 hours? 6 hours? According to Smelly Yen Shell, you should be fine no matter how tricky the customer is, since that is every such a utterance times fate. I'll do the rest later on, I guess. I don't know. We could do it now. But I kinda wanna do the 2 quests just to be done with the commissions for the day. So yeah, I could skip doing them. Part 4, yeah. Even the part 4 one is tomorrow, so yeah, no point in doing it. But it's rare to see you still awake, child. Very often, I feel like you're already asleep at this point. Are you also in game doing stuff?
Ad Astra Abbott. Thank you for completing.
You're up for a long time usually, especially the weekend, right? You're on you're on Kaisara. Did you log in for a while? I noticed you just logged in, I think. Okay, so I think we have quite a bit of resin. I'm still wondering what should we use it for? The condensed resin, I mean. Since I can't use, obviously I can't use condensed resin to farm bosses. But I guess I can. If I, refresh my resin. But actually, try it. Let's try and keep wishing for Yai. There's so many types of challenge content in Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, a lot of it. You spend a lot of time, in Honkai for the end game, I think. Quite a bit more than Genshin, if I recall correctly. But that just exacerbates the issue with power creep characters. But I guess there is a meta for each and every challenge run. Yeah, I'll try out Star Rail sometime soon. Maybe on the next stream. I could also, we could also play not Blue Archive. What's it called? Grand Blue Fantasy. Yeah, since I just got the game. I already have it installed as well, but I'm sure once we load the game up, it would prompt me to install updates or something. I don't know. Actually, I just remember I have this thing, and I kind of want to max it out as well. Okay, so I don't care for emblem nowadays. I do want to, maybe I should farm some of Days Pass. Yeah. Right. Especially since, like, okay, if you really think about it, right? The only point of running Venera in the Hu Tao teams is so that you you can sword Hydro, right? So so that Furina and Yelan is doing more damage. But at the same time, right, you could also use Song of Days Pass to buff Hu Tao's damage instead. I mean, it could allow for a lot higher damage ceiling for Hu Tao teams. I'm not sure. I'm not sure whether it's better to use Verde Subnera to buff Yelan and Furina over, you know, using Song of Days Pass to buff Hu Tao instead. The Uni effect will be recruited for 6 seconds, which equals the total amount of healing provided, including overflow healing. When the duration expires, the Uni effect will be transformed into the. So how do you even make it work? Like, you would have to use, yeah, you would have to use you have to use Shenyan before Yelan, and then after Yelan then switch to Hu Tao. Wouldn't that cut down on the duration you get for the maybe they've already counted down how much time you need to, you know, pass it on to the mini bears. So I guess we farm for the new set. Song Days Pass. Try it out for a day. If you don't like it, you know. True. But I've heard that the grind is worse, a lot worse in Honkai Star Rail. And I've already seen how Dr. Ratio plays. He's an interesting character to